am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Wow. Good evening. Welcome to the show, everyone. I'm David Sponheim, and I am ready to go. We've had a pretty interesting day today. Our live show is shut off for 100 minutes by YouTube. I know that's hard to believe, but it's the only explanation I could come up with. We were playing our playlist out of YouTube, and we've had no breaches in our security system here, yet for some reason my YouTube video paused. 100 minutes of silent time, and you guys waited for me to come back. I was around 40 miles away and doing something. I was helping Sarah with an errand she had, and I got back, and here I am. But I was back at 5, or 5:07. We're going to go ahead and show you a couple things that came into our show tonight. Obviously, Corona is on your mind. The idea of people being told that everyone's dying is just ridiculous. There's no busy hospitals out there. No one's had any photographs uploaded of busy hospitals other than the ones that were faked by the government and put out, where we've already debunked them, about a woman who was actually a crisis actor. She actually said that, she's very busy and in the hospital. It was all a crisis event. We already debunked her. But another lady was a bipolar disorder. We showed you last night in our show. She was very upset, and it turns out she's triggered by things, and hasn't been a nurse for 3 years or a year and a half. Yet she said on screen that the coronavirus cost her job. Well, a year and a half ago, we didn't have a problem with the COVID-19 virus. So she lied too. She's already been outed. She was an Instagram star that was solicited by the Illuminati to push their plan of global world takeover. Now, how are they doing it? Well, they're freaking us out by claiming everybody's dying, and they're not. Like this meme suggests. This is a really brilliant meme. Yeah. Skydiver who forgot parachute dies of coronavirus. There you have it. So everybody who's dying right now is getting coronavirus as the cause of death. That's how they're skewing the statistics. They're doing what is called statistical judo. And they're grabbing all the flu victims and calling them COVID-19 victims. Normally people die at a certain rate, and they're just saying, and any corpses that they have in the morgue, they're putting them out in the street to take a picture of them like they did in New York, and that cost our whole country to shut down. That's just a fact of life. They're doing this to us because they're trying to cover up a big, huge installation of 5G towers. We talked about that. Now, I'm not saying anything other than that's one theory that's out there, that basically 5G installations are going on right now as we speak without our awareness of how safe they are. And my biggest concern is that we're doing nothing to stop this. We're doing whatever we can, but really the 5G problem is not the biggest problem we have. Just because they're installing 5G without our approval and no safety studies done on it, the biggest problem we have is our First, Second, and Fourth Amendment is under attack right now by our own government. And William Barr is seemingly working for the very people that perpetrated this terrible bioweapon on our culture. Now, the president has not alerted people that this is a bioweapon or even bioengineered. He's never said anything to the fact that it has multiple variants now. They say up to 40 or more variants are out there in the area growing, but it's not growing at a very fast rate. So when Dr. Birx, this woman who was so incompetent working at the Walter Reed Medical Center when it was disaster zone, she's now in charge of our country. And she's the reason we're all sitting in our homes wondering when the hell work starts. She believes that somehow this idea of shutting down an economy will stop a flu virus. It's hysterical thinking. There's no proof anywhere in the world that this is a positive thing. The Spanish flu, it turns out people did have to stay at home and they couldn't work because they were dying. But you know what really spread the Spanish flu? This is going to freak you out. Vaccinations. 33 different vaccinations were used, or 35 different vaccinations were used during that 1917 era to 1918, and they literally spread it with the vaccinations. This is not the first time we've been hearing about vaccinations. The bioweapon was engineered. It cannot be turned into a vaccine. The reason is it mutates with the RNA sequence, not the DNA sequence. The RNA sequence is the S chain, and it does a lot of weird things. It's like all the way, it can make a multitude of different varieties in your body. It can mutate in your body. But that's not to say your body can't stop it. It can. You could build up your immune system to take this on. And we just heard from a doctor who said that there is a possibility that you can boost your immunity while also taking in a natural product that's available right now in your store. And I'm going to tell you what that is right now. It's called tonic water. Now, remember hearing about Donald Trump saying chloroquine is really good? Well, it's not really good. It's a concentrated form of quinine. Chloroquine is not like the quinine you get in tonic water. But that doctor we just heard from today swears by it. He says he's had nothing but 100% success when people are sick with this particular variation, whatever it may be. Taking tonic water really helps. Now, tonic water is not going to kill you, but you can drink it when you have the flu, and it's really good for you. What it does, in theory, is it opens up your cell tissue to take in vitamins to battle the disease that is striking it. Every cell in your body becomes more capable of being nourished with the quinine in the tonic water. So that's a really good piece of holistic information to build your immunity against this. It's not a solution to the problem. It won't guarantee you success. We're not practicing medicine. That doctor who is practicing medicine is only telling us because he really thinks that building our immunity is far better than us staying in our home right now, hiding like little scared rabbits. Hi, Max. Welcome. So today, one of my stops was, oh my gosh, Dairy King says that farmers are told to stop farming. Watch this. Unbelievable.
Ladies and gentlemen, just a brief update tonight to make sure that we really appreciate the full gravity of the shutdown, the wholesale demise of modern agriculture that is happening right before our very eyes right now. We're going to talk about the meat packers and the fact that onions are rotting by the millions in fields right now. And then finally, the fact that dairies, not only are they dumping their milk, as I covered in my previous report, but there are actually co-ops that are financially incentivizing farmers to quit dairy farming. They want you out of the game. They want to shut down producers.
Wow. This is Ice Farmer, and I definitely added this to our link tonight for tonight's show, so we'll watch the new Ice Farmer show. Really very popular. People are really liking it, and I'm going to give him lots of playtime here on our show, because he's really very much like I am. I'm a sustainable permaculture farmer of my own garden, like you can be of your own garden. And I'm not. I don't produce farming. I'm not a farmer in that way. I grew up from farming. My father was a farmer. He grew up on a farm in North Dakota, and my father taught me everything I know about farming. And I use that knowledge to just create a permanent garden around my home. But I'm not sure everything I'm growing is even safe out there with whatever they're spraying in the air. But we'll get to that later. Anyways, yeah, farmers are being told not to farm. I believe that. I'll definitely watch it later. I also believe that milk is being drained in Canada, and last week we heard from Wisconsin, farmers were dumping their milk. Now, they could make cheese with milk, but they don't have any plans to do that. They don't have any bins to do that. It's like, we're really blowing it. No, Johnny. My sensei was an absolute, the best way to describe it is an egomaniac. And my sensei drifted away from the whole vision of martial arts. He was more of an egotist. Yeah, he wasn't an open, caring person. Most people who are in that industry are loved. This guy was more like resented by me. Morpheus. Maple Leaf suspends operations at poultry plant. There you go. So the government is shutting down food production while we're sitting here wondering what's going on. If you don't believe by now that Donald Trump is the most inept president we've ever had, please hang in there and learn over time what I'm talking about. This guy, Trump, he's still letting planes into the country. Just like the UK is still letting planes in the United Kingdom, believe it or not. While we're all hiding like scared rabbits, they're letting infected people in the country. They want us to be infected because their game is to infect the population so that we'll have to just somehow get a vaccine. Thank you. You have an exercise video, Johnny? Oh, nice. Oh, the world's worst karate nightmare? Yeah, I've seen that a few times.
You want me to show?
I'll play it for you. I'll put it in our lineup. Would that make you feel better, Johnny? Great. Do you mind me doing the show instead of interrupting me with a stupid karate video? Thank you. Good going, Johnny. We got real problems here, Johnny. We can't focus on make-believe stuff now. It's time to stop being a troll and start being a real person, okay? We've had to take massive influxes of illegals to farm for China. Yeah, well, I understand Canada is allowing illegals to come in, but they have to be quarantined for 21 days in a hut until they can start working in the fields. Yeah, low fuel prices are boosting greenhouses to heat more. Good point. Farmers around Montreal are boosting production and planting full bore. Excellent. Good to hear, Max. See, some positive news, some negative news. Everything kind of offsets itself, hopefully. I went into my local Ace Hardware today, and I asked the gun guy, and I said, do you have any shotguns? He said, nope, we're all sold out. Not one shotgun. I didn't need to buy one. I was just curious. I noticed the rack was empty. Yeah, so they're out of shotguns at Ace and other places. Apparently people have bought enough home defenders to blow anybody's head off that comes to their doors. So it's not like people are going to be, looting houses because, as you know, a lot of us are fully armed. But it's kind of funny how the people that are fully armed aren't realizing what's going on. The current 5G network, not the 5G Plus that I'm promoting, the current 5G network will have the ability to actually electrocute you. You'll be sitting there trying to load your gun, and they'll just hit a button. They'll have a scanner that'll thermoscan your house, and it'll tell where the people in the room are and how many are chipped. This plan is already being developed right now as we speak. So if you have a gun and you want to defend yourself, they'll just hit the button and they'll zap you with the 5G and they'll take you out. That's the plan. They're trying to create a weaponized 5G system. That's why they've never allowed anyone to do safety checks on it. Makes sense, right? Yeah. Why would they want us to test it? if they're going to plan on using it as a weapon, right? So that's the reason why we never tested the safety of 5G. What I'm proposing for 5G is rather revolutionary, but not really. It's just common sense. Building Faraday cages around all transponders in any areas exhibiting large amounts of field radiation. It's no different than doing what the UL listers used to do by putting solenoids in toasters. At one point, toasters didn't have solenoids, and these things would burn up kitchens. So they came in and they added solenoids, and now toasters don't burn up kitchens. In the old days, you just had an electric wire going right to the toast. Yeah. So the Faraday cages and limiters will provide a guaranteed safety net for all of the units that we currently have in place. So I'm not about destroying infrastructure, but I would, as president in 2020, eliminate many, many bad connections, and I would make sure this stuff is safe for you to use in the home. We would also not be installing a forced vaccination plan. I promise you that. We will instead be developing a plan to provide a comfortable encounter with 5G. So in other words, you'll have all the benefits of 5G, but you won't have any of the fears. And there won't be a way in which they could come to your house and hit a button and blow you away, because the 5G network will be locked out at the junction boxes. They'll have limiters on everything they can do. The wiring for 5G is this thick, and it's got dark fiber, about that much dark fiber in it. Nobody knows what's in this section right here. Nobody knows, not even the people laying the wire. The wires on the outside edge are the ones used for fiber optics, your cell phone, etc. So they're putting dark fiber in there that no one knows what it is. No one. There's not one person who will explain what's in it. That's a huge cause for concern. That means they're weaponizing it. Are you with me? So if you can't get me to the presidency, good luck getting somebody else to address all these issues. I'm on it every day, and I'm more than willing to risk my life to do this. I made a commitment a long time ago when my father and I spent a lot of time together. In fact, I spent 40 years with my dad, and he nearly died many times in the World War II. He fought 3 tours of duty. He killed over 100 men in battle. And his goal was to put it all behind him, but it haunted him his whole life. Even at the end of his life, he felt like he had lived a different life when he was fighting in the Marianas in the Philippines. He was a sharpshooter, like I am. And he was more than capable of defending himself. He also had hand-to-hand combat. He had to do hand-to-hand combat against many of these people. And I've got a bayonet from my father that is the most worn bayonet I've ever seen. So I know my dad spent 3 years in the jungle of the Philippines, and he taught me essentially how to survive. And he taught me what it meant to be a true American. And if I have to fight for my country, I will, and I'm more than willing to put my life on the line every day when we do this show. In case you didn't know, I probably have more death threats than any human being on Earth. Over 3,000 death threats have come into this show, and the FBI refused to call us back. They didn't even bother returning our phone calls. So if you look at the reality that we're facing right now, we need the best possible people at this point, and frankly, you guys are the best possible people. We're building a political movement here, and whoever's watching me around the world on UHF and VHF, whatever country you're from, you are beginning the possibility of change in America, which is the way to lead America. We actually will be a trendsetter. We won't tell countries what to do under my leadership. We won't force our will and start wars like our current New World Order leadership is doing. We will become a beacon of hope. Cleaning our environment will be central to what we want to do. I have super important plans to help everybody in this country, and whenever we can, we'll help export ideas around the world too. But the ending of chemtrails is a priority, because these things could very well be viruses. They could all be turned into liquid viruses. No, my great-grandfather was a shoemaker. He was from a family of shoemakers in New England. They employed 100 people back in the day before the outsourcing of the textile industry. I got a chance to know my uncle out there in New England who worked in the shoe industry and managed to get a job selling shoes that were made in Taiwan and in China back here in the U.S. So he stayed in the shoe industry, my uncle, who passed away, ironically. Pancreatic cancer. But But he drank a lot too. Hey guys, hey Clint, how are you? Clint Eastwood. Go ahead and make my day. How are you, man? So, the thing I just talked about is really important. Tonic water has quinine in it. And this doctor just said, get tonic water, guys, if you want to battle the flu. It won't hurt. It's not like it's a dangerous thing, so buy tonic water. I just went out and bought a bunch of tonic water myself, actually. Sarah and I went looking. We could only find a few brands that were without fruit juice or fruit sugar. Most of them have high fructose corn syrup in them. I went for the natural stevia one, so I'm kind of like, okay, dude, I've got like the ultimate quinine. But quinine, as you probably know, chloroquine is related to the quinine. Chloroquine is a concentrated form which has to be given under a doctor's supervision because you can get arrhythmia from that. But from drinking tonic water, you can't. It's not going to kill you. But be aware it's in there. If you overdose on it, you don't want to overdose on anything. But chloroquine is actually very good, except it has to be done under doctor's orders. And that's where Donald Trump blew it. When he made that statement and that guy died because he overdosed on it, you need to tell people that doctors need to supervise your body's blood pressure. You can get arrhythmia from overdosing on chloroquine, but not from tonic water. So, yeah, I've got an uncle right now. I don't like the guy. I'll tell you, the uncle, I don't like him. He and I have had really bad words with each other. But he literally lives on tonic water. He drinks gin and tonic every day. I swear he goes through a bottle of gin this big every day. And he's been living like that for like 50 years that I know. He must be 70, 80 years old now. But ever since I can remember, he's been drinking like that. But he drinks tonic water every day. Gin and tonic, that's his thing. Gin is made from the juniper berry. And some people believe gin is actually a cleanser of your blood. But I don't like the guy. He doesn't like me. I don't really care. It's not great. No, my hair's not great at all. What you're seeing is it's an odd relationship with the camera. When the lights are on and I don't have the right lighting, it takes on a different color. Yeah. Yeah, see how that's a different color? And now it's a little bit more green. That's a white. Yeah, see, you can adjust all the different settings here. That's almost too bright. Yeah. So, this is the work that we need to do. No, my hair is actually very nice. It's not even white. I've got kind of a dirty blonde look. Oh, you can poison yourself with tonic water? Okay. Don't let that stop you from spouting crap. Okay, let's look at overdosing on tonic water. Let's take a look. So you can overdose. Like I said, don't overdose. Okay, tonic water, quinine in tonic water is diluted enough that serious side effects are unlikely. But, it's better than having a heart attack, which chloroquine could cause. So if you don't want to buy tonic water and have it around the house, then go ahead and be an idiot and, ignore any possible solution to your problem. But yeah, you could have bleeding, kidney damage, abnormal heartbeat, severe allergic reaction if you overdose on tonic water. Thanks for sharing. All right, thanks. Hello, Pitoro. Welcome. What do death worshippers do when it looks like everyone will die? I don't know. I don't hang out with death worshippers, so I wouldn't know the answer to that. Dave, Bernie announced Biden as the Democratic candidate, saying he will still try to get votes. How much did they pay off Bernie? Bernie took a nice, healthy sum. Bernie did leave the race today, by the way. Bernie's such a non-issue because he really never ever talked about how he was going to pay for the plans he was going to come up with. I never thought that he would ever, even get to a second term or a second run, but apparently the heart attack didn't stop him. Making money is a big thing for Bernie. He likes money. He's a big money guy. He dropped out of the 2020 race today. And as far as I'm concerned, the battle continues for what he stood for. I will do everything I can to stop the excesses of Wall Street greedmongers. And I must tell you that I believe that the source of our problem in America, that's good, Petoro, enjoy, yeah. The source of our problem in America is a cabal of global financial elitists, the super rich. And they're not even living on the surface of the earth right now, folks. They've gone underground. I'm going to do a little search for you and just look real quick at, I think one of those people that's gone underground is Paul McCartney. Okay, let's take a look at Paul McCartney and his most recent post on the news. Okay. I'm going to do like a word search for Paul McCartney here. Oh, where to start in his solo-backed catalog. Okay. Oh, it's just talking about a catalog. Why Paul McCartney loves the midwife. Okay. Paul McCartney 2019 roundup. Okay, they led a TV show from their homes. Oh, okay. Oh, they led a TV special. I didn't know that he led the special. Okay, I take it back. Paul McCartney's probably living in his lovely home in England. Okay, I just haven't seen him live anywhere. He could be one of the ultra rich. You know, he is worth $1.3 billion. He's the richest musician in history, Paul is. Yeah, Paul McCartney is, he's not Paul, as you know, it's Paul. Paul is really very successful, so he could be living underground, I don't know. But the rich people are living underground. So basically, if you have the coronavirus, chugging the tonic water won't do much beyond helping to keep you hydrated. Spend a lot of time burping. No, that's not true. No, we heard a doctor talk about how what it does is the quinine opens your cells up to nutrition. And it kind of activates their nutrition cycle so they have more strength to battle the virus, which is trying to cut through the cell and eat it. And you do need a prescription for hydroxychloroquine, but you don't for tonic water, amazingly enough. But you can poison yourself without intention. Okay, so don't drink too much tonic water. I just got enough to deal with a flu if I ever have one, okay? Is that okay, or do you want to spank me with a wet noodle or something? I mean, my God, man, just let it go. What do you consider rich? Well, if you don't have $1 trillion, you're not rich. Donald Trump is a pauper compared to the richest people in the world. The quinine and tonic today is a minuscule amount. Exactly. It's a cousin, right? But it still works, okay? The thought, though, as it affects immune function and may help your body fight off viruses. Yeah, there you go. So you're doing good research. And you can water it down with water. Tonic water can be watered down. The Wuhan Kung Flu is part of a chemical, biological warfare, psychological warfare that has been going on over the last 2 years. Yeah, we know that. Could you come up with something new, Guest 379? Yeah, we're all on top of that. We know all about it. It's an asymmetric warfare against the United States being conducted by the New World Order and rich global elitists, comprising Russia and China and their powerful leadership to exploit people all around the world and kill off the population. That sums it up. Okay, so these are the tough things we have to do. These are the really tough things we have to do. We have to stop the forced vaccination concept immediately, and that's the only way I'm going to do that is I've got to be your president. I'm sorry to say, because the Democrats, Republicans won't even ask to get safety checks done on vaccinations. The Democrats look at this like, well, shouldn't we spray the air with aerosol injection? Yeah, stratospheric aerosol injection is a way to block the sun, so these things you've been calling chemtrails are a good thing. No, they're actually poison, and they could easily dump droplets of bioweapon on us too, which they probably are doing right now. The starvation, poverty, homelessness, and saddled and dead is by a globalist design. That's correct. The woman who revealed Clinton Lewinsky scandal dies. Oh, yeah. Yep, I remember. I heard about that. Where are you getting your information? What do death worshippers do when it looks like everyone will die? You know, I almost think Guest 379 has all of the characteristics of a globalist chatting with us right now from underground. Linda Tripp has passed away at the age of 70. And boy, was she a trip or what? Yeah, Linda Tripp. Yeah, she was quite the odd character. She pretty much entrapped Monica Lewinsky into keeping that dress that Bill Clinton had ejaculated his semen on. She's passed away at the age of 70, everyone. I don't know how many of you are mourning her death, but Linda Tripp has died. And what a trip it was. Okay, can we get back to the subject of cleaning up the environment? Because right now I think I've got a globalist in my room here who's living underground. Yeah, I guess 379 appears to be a person who's living in some sort of a dream world. Okay, so anyone who has $1.5 billion could buy into the underground units. Basically, that's the deal. So Paul McCartney could theoretically buy in. The underground units are fully equipped, a massive underground system that's been developed over the many years so that the rich people could live while they poison the earth. Welcome, viewers. Yeah, I hate to say it, but these people have been getting away with crimes left and right. Look at the Pizzagate thing. They managed to shut the word down. You can't even talk about Pizzagate on YouTube, or rather Twitter and Reddit. YouTube still allows the discussion of the word. Thank you, YouTube. But yeah, so there's all this cover-up going on under the scrim of, oh, we care about you. And then you got these amazingly weird people like Bill Gates who spent a lot of time. He spent a lot of time at the Orgy Island, as you know, and he won't even talk about it. Strange, huh? Hey, Sarah's in the room.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on.
Okay, let me get things straightened out here real quick. I gotta change my board here.
Why don't you just open a new scene for me?
I'd like to, but why don't we create a new scene for you?
Sure, it could be.
Like, what do you want for the background?
Oh.
So I'm using all 7. I have to make another one.
You're using all 7 scenes? Okay.
Yeah, I've got them all. I rotate between them.
Just a new scene in a blue background, or there's a school background.
Okay.
Or.
Okay, we're gonna get Sarah a scene here. Hang on. Da-da, da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, come on into your scene.
There, I don't even mind a black background.
I do.
Why?
Because it's horrible. It doesn't show your beautiful brown hair.
I don't know. It's like no distractions. Just now it's dark.
No, I don't know. You don't seem like an Elvira type to me. I don't know. Something about...
You could change it to white background instead.
Yeah, but that's not an option when you have a void of nothingness. Because when I have a void of nothingness, then white is actually the presence of all colors. Okay, let's see what nothingness looks like. Like when you stare into the abyss of space and the infinite universe. The infinite universe. It's definitely...
It's like there's nothing, and then there's Sarah, the light in the nothing.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, I just don't like the void of nothingness behind us. So I'm going to actually put a background together. Okay, let's start with that. A moon up. You want the moon? Okay, that's kind of cool. We had a full moon last night. Did you see that, everybody? People were
I
wondering,
had heard that.
weird things were happening around the globe.
I like that blue one, the black abstract.
This one?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's kind of nice.
All right, she's going to go for the abstract blue one. Let's get this up and running, and I will give her the full board. Here we go. We're going to cover ourselves up with this blanket of blue. And blue's kind of a calming color, too.
There, that's good.
Okay, and as far as a background title, I think I don't want to take away from the opportunity of using this as a way to self-promote, so
Of course.
I don't really want to have nothing on the screen, obviously.
Darn.
We don't do the show for well, we do it for free, but we want to have a little promotion going on. So yeah, there's
You mean why do used car salesmen dress like David? Because they want to look good? Because David looks so good?
I don't think whoever said that. Who said that?
No one. Don't worry about
Well,
it.
that person's been kicked out 10 times for saying that. Seriously.
Well, they'll just keep coming back because they know it gets on your case.
Well,
Blue causes eye strain. We could go for an orange background instead, huh?
no. Blue's much better on people's eyes. I don't know why you'd think that.
Well, that's why they say to at night they do that thing where it changes lighter because of the
Oh
blue.
yeah. Okay.
Anyway, it
Well,
doesn't matter.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna be playing some music on Friday night, 2 days from now, starting Friday night. We're gonna be doing a Coachella special, like Coachella for the same time period, but it's Coachella, and we're gonna be doing that on our show. So we'll be playing some music that we would have seen on Coachella, and we're just gonna give you a sample of various people that played in the past, and awesome stuff, new music and old music. I'm gonna do some classic music too. So, all right.
Residents were evacuated from a Riverside nursing home. Wow.
Wow. I'm having a problem just getting out of the room here because I've got to do this. There we go.
Here, you want me to take it?
No, I got it. I just want to get everything in the loop here so I can do it all at once. I want at least 3 things in here. Copy and paste. Ding, ding. Yeah, so, right. This Cool Rock special will be, coming up Friday night. We'll start that. Coachella Cool Rock special. Okay, thank you, Sarah.
Thanks. You're welcome.
And let me spray the keyboard for you. Thank you. Okay. I told him we took a long drive today to take care of an errand for you. I didn't
Yes,
want to say what.
thank you for that. I appreciate that. Well, and David told you about, while we were out, we did get a pizza. Got to support the local business community whenever possible. Hello, Carl. Especially so many people out of work right now. So, just a pepperoni pizza. It's about time, Charlie. They mandated all people entering stores must wear a mask. Do they have enough masks to go around? Because here they're like, save the N95 masks for medical personnel, but you can wear a cloth mask. I happen to have an N95 mask, but it's like I'm reusing the same one. So, thanks for putting me in another window. Here's a hug for you, Bamboo. For you. And for all of you that need a hug. I need a hug today. I sometimes feel. I just felt like just a little more anxious than I normally feel. I'm normally not too anxious, but for some reason, on my long drive, I was listening to some like R&B music, or actually I like Ed Sheeran I was listening to a little Ed Sheeran. I was listening to I don't know, everything. I was listening to 106.9, Warm 106.9 or something like that. Like pop is probably what I listen to a lot. Space Biscuit, yo yo yo. What do you know? I don't, the flu hits everyone. I don't think it really cares what your minority status is. Yeah, top 40s hits. That's pretty much it. I'm at a party I don't want to be at. I like that song by Ed Sheeran. It's, I Don't Care is what it's called. I know, Pirate. Are you one of them? Exactly, Bamboo for you. The flu is not racist. COVID-19 is not racist. It affects all kinds of people. Taylor Swift? I don't know Tay, but you guys heard Bernie Sanders dropped out of the race. That's good. New York Governor Cuomo says the state won't be returning to normal. They actually had a new all-time high. I don't really care, misanthropy, I guess. That's really kind of what it comes down to. I don't care. I know I should care, but I've I don't know, lost a lot of interest, I guess. I have lost a lot of interest. Monetarily wise, no. Well, more just, I don't know. Maybe I'm just I feel like I'm in a little funk or something like that. I agree, it doesn't really matter which one wins. I agree with that. It's all controlled and we get the same thing anyway. Ridiculous, really. Yeah, we're stuck with, yeah, which is why David's running. It's either Trump or Biden. Come on, you could vote for third party. You could vote for David. All right, you've chosen to school yourself in a discipline. You're finding it rather difficult to stay focused on just one portion at a time in the education. So how to get myself to study best and retain the knowledge? You think maybe narrow things down a bit? I really liked how Western Governors University had their education set up, because I was able to just focus on one course and get through that one course, and then within that course I was able to like focus on one assignment at a time. But then I also had to give myself like, discipline myself to sit and like do the work, which is like always dedicate 2 hours a day to the work. I'm never going to do that, Daryl. They realized hospital staff were not following guidelines, and that was what was infecting a lot of people. So I'd say if you just dedicate the time to the work and then you focus on a systematic approach, one thing. What helps me to stay motivated: charts, outlines, pictures, keeping track, I guess, a little bit. Like I have a to-do list and I call it a to-done list or an accomplished list. So I actually, like, sometimes I would keep a document and I would have like my to-do list at the top, and then when I got finished with it, I would cut it from the top and then post it on the bottom so I could scroll down and see all the things that I accomplished. Because sometimes it's really difficult to like look back, especially when your to-do list grows and grows and grows. And the other thing about the to-do list is I tend to like think about things when I'm asleep, and then it keeps me up at night. So I wake up and I write it on my to-do list, and then that way it can, I will look at my to-do list as long as you keep your promise with yourself to look at your to-do list. Otherwise it'll keep bugging you till you get it done. Well, at least you're here, 767. I suppose, DJ Sammy. Yeah, getting everything together and reorganizing your notes. There's a lot of good organization tools online. Okay. I do wonder how much of it will be history repeating itself. You had a Wunderlist and now it's sold to Microsoft, so it's Microsoft To-Do List. Google has a list called Keep. Yeah. My day was pretty good. I went to the school and I had been organizing my classroom, so I took a bunch of stuff that I knew I no longer wanted but was still usable by other teachers, and took it down to the teacher workroom. And there's this little book out, or there's this little mini house. I don't know how to describe it. It's like a little cupboard bookshelf. It's a bookshelf, but it's like this bookshelf with a door out on the road in front of my classroom. I didn't make it. It was actually made by the high school group a couple of years ago. And so I went and filled it up with some books from my classroom library. Was on the phone. It was funny, like one of my students just called me out of the blue yesterday, because I have my class phone forwarding to my home phone or to my cell phone, and so I knew it was like a forwarded phone, and I picked it up, and the mom's like, "Hi, it's me, one of your students' parents. The student just wanted to say hi, and she's going through everything so fast." And I told her, the student likes to read, and I took down biography I had, or a book that had biographies of women in it, and I put it in that bin, and I told her I'd put some more chapter books in that bin. So we'll see. The thing is, usually teachers, like, I still feel guilty if I'm not working, so I totally try to work. David was saying something about, oh, we could go on a trip. I'm like, no, I'm required to be close to my school. But yeah, anyway, post-pandemic, the UN wants 10% of the world's GDP to fund its new world order. The UN is posting some kind of globalist agenda. That's so ridiculous. Hello, Zelfire. Sorry. Well, I'm David's partner for life, Luis. I'm just not legally married. I could write a book or a novel. That's true. I have been journaling. No thanks, Pirate. Thanks, Zelfire. But yeah, and I had been talking about writing a book about worms, but I haven't. I like to think of myself as a centrist, Luis. But, yeah, I would say we're a centrist. We're fiscally conservative. We don't want the government to be spending a lot of money, but we're socially liberal. We do want the government to care for the people. I was going to call it something like worms can save the world. But now it just feels, I don't know, maybe it's just today. Today seems to be kind of affecting me. Yeah. Thank you, Pirate. Nature's cleaner. I know worms are pretty awesome. They do a lot of they can take all the food scraps and digest them. North American stock markets and oil prices rose on optimism and loony slips. In just 12 days, a Buffalo startup goes from idea to Pentagon contract for ventilators. Nice job, Buffalo News. I could,
Yeah, I just left it. It's back to square one again.
I know there's so much pollen. I think the trees are feeling the stress.
The trees are. The trees are being hosed with chemicals.
All right. Okay. Yeah, Biden and Trump, really? What are we going to do? Get David on the ballot. No, I would never do that, Stormy. I hate that guy. And I don't hate... I tend to like everyone. I tend to try to find something I like about everyone, but I really can't stand that. I just can't stand Trump. Even when, you know, David was saying things about Obama, I would be like, well, I can try to find something he's done that's okay, but with Trump, no thanks. Don't like him at all. David has not held office before, no. He has run for office before, but was not elected. Yeah, USA reached 14,000 deaths. True. What was I supposed to do? I told the guy, stop. That's about all I did. Yes, actually, David was in student council when he was younger. That's true. He won some office in high school. Well, why don't you ask him, Stormy? I think he's already addressed that. I think he said that he has excellent ideas, and he's already addressed a lot of those issues. That makes sense. Don't worry, be happy. Emotional strength and financial planning is very good. True, Bodhi. Trump never held office before. True. David, what you see on the show is what David is in real life. So he was the same person that you see now, and I was talking with that. I was asking David if he felt like he's changed over the years, and he really doesn't feel like he's changed over the years. I think I've changed over the years, but yeah. So what you see is what happened at that point too. Good point, Stormy. I saw someone say that New Zealand isn't just flattening their curve, they're like totally making it so there isn't even a hill. They're totally flattening their curve. CDC is saying that some essential workers that have been exposed to coronavirus can return to work. They're thinking about that in order to get critical workers back on the job. I know when certain areas said essential workers only, my brother was one of those essential workers, and then a few weeks later they told him he had to go into quarantine, even though he himself didn't. Anyway, so maybe that will affect my brother. Yeah, that's the thing true about commercial planes looking like, oh, you're saying if they did put in 27-foot social distancing laws and commercial planes would only have 8 people. Being strong, true, don't worry, be happy. Being strong is imperative. There's some kind of article in Salon, I haven't clicked on it, but it was talking about Trump's latest crime spree. Using the pandemic as cover, he's going for epic corruption. I don't know about that, Jacques. I don't think that's such a great idea. Wow, I'm sorry to hear that, Paul. When they close the courts, you feel like you've become an alcoholic? Yeah, it doesn't make sense, does it, Daryl? Ah. Oh, are you talking about Klobuchar? Don't worry, be happy. I tend to agree. I agree with everything you just stated. I really care about our country, and I really do have some really great ideas, and I believe what's the right word I'm looking for? That's exactly what it is. To describe when someone like looks for the right words, I'm sensitive, or not sensitive, no, just diplomatic. I think maybe that's the word. But anyway, I'm not running for office. Yeah, exactly, Charlie. Hello, Allura, Fluffy Cat. Try not to be dismissed too quickly, but you're right. How are you, beautiful cat Fluffy? Probably you can go back and see that, or maybe you were here. David got upset because I said I try not to I was giving him advice about how to respond to trolls, or rather not respond to trolls, and that was probably the most upset David ever has been at me, has ever been with me. But delineation, expressing your thoughts very clearly through words. Yes, I was having a hard time delineating my thought. Hello, Typh's W Key. I'm also chatting with some other people in other rooms, so if I don't chat with you directly. Hello, Music Clef. Sorry, I'm not always looking at the Periscope board. Will we ever take cruise holidays again? I think the option will be there, but I think a lot of people won't be taking a cruise. I have never taken a cruise, and I was thinking that I would have loved to like save up for my retirement and have that be my retirement, because it's like the same price as like a senior living care. But anyway, thanks for letting us know, Tyves. Aww. Well, thank you so much for sharing that story, Mark. I appreciate it. I'm not really, I'm doing some remote work, so I would say I might count yesterday and today as like half work, because I did, send emails and meet with some teams, virtual distance things, but technically I'm still working. So this is supposed to be our spring break, and I still have been doing some work yesterday and today, and maybe tomorrow I still need to follow up with my principal. Some people in my administration is like working double time in our school district, and some are not working as much. But you're slowly remodeling your home. I'm glad to hear it. I agree with you. Don't worry, be happy. I don't think I can't see that happening, Stormy. Okay, 907, thanks for letting me know. This is not going to be extended summer break for me, because our distance learning starts next week. I was even like got an email from a family or got a call from a family yesterday, and I went down to my classroom and put books in like this little cubby bookshelf outside. Like, people can come and take books if they want. Especially with our libraries being closed, I thought that was important. And I also, I emailed a family today and called a family because I got an email saying they've been working through some lessons online, and our distance learning starts next week. But yeah. How's our city hall? I guess they're okay. Are they active in the community? I'm more involved with like the school and being active in the community that way. No, pirate, sorry. Second, Odin. But I really feel like our job in our community, my job is now to support my community in whatever way I can. Oh, well, I've been looking at our Island County Health Department website. So I suppose you can go to their websites to get answers. In New Zealand, yes, Odin. You need a president that tells the truth and is an average American at heart, one who isn't bought and paid for by the Federal Reserve bankers. So David Sponheim would be the perfect president for you. I don't know. Don't worry, be happy. All right, good job. Don't worry, be happy. I'm glad you're going to continue your studies. The Swedish model works, sort of. Russia Today. Thank you. Sweden is using ice rinks and shipping containers as morgues, as the morgues overflow with the COVID-19 deaths. All the cemeteries are closed as a precautionary measure. That's not good. Yeah. Apparently. I'm going to look at worldometers and see what the Swedish cases are today. Especially this, so USA is, it looks like the most number of cases, of course. The out of a per 1 million population, 45 deaths. But if I take that and I look at that one, Sweden actually is more than that. So even though they've had 687 deaths, and the US has had a lot more deaths, 14,000 deaths, they're actually, based on their population, they've had a lot more deaths.
All right, we got the whole world in our hands. We got the whole world.
Greenland has had total 11 cases, but no deaths yet.
Oh, wow. 11. So they've identified 11 people that died in Greenland, and they decided they were COVID-19
No,
victims.
they're not dead. They just have tested positive so far.
Well, testing positive, since it's an 85% failure rate, and there's 11 people in Greenland infected, that means that there's only about 3 people in Greenland that have this COVID-19.
11.
I've never been obsessed about Mark. No. When I found out he was censoring our show, that was
Oh,
disturbing.
Misanthropy said, wait, that was some mistake. There's no one in Greenland has COVID-19 anymore. It was a
See, it was a mistake, yeah. See, Misanthropy just like to say that, too. It's all a mistake. Well, they had an 85% false positive result. This toaster that they have is ineffective.
Here it is, highlighted in green. All cases have recovered from the infection, and the only one highlighted in green is Greenland's.
Oh. So the Greenland people somehow recovered no problem, but everybody else didn't. Another statistical anomaly. Unbelievable. Wow.
Somebody said, my dad posted something about New Zealand doing really well. But they've had 29 new cases today, 1 death. Oh, Greenland realized that the cases were not COVID-19. Did they just close down their borders? How did they prevent that from happening?
You know, when Kenneth Copeland made a prayer against the evil virus, he should have said a prayer against all the evil money mongers who probably released the virus that caused all of us to be parked in our house right now while they try to turn our whole country into a new world order. You know, Pastor Copeland, yeah. Yeah, I just don't think he said the right prayer. He should have prayed against the evildoers that perpetrated this evil act against our country. And why isn't Donald speaking up? You know? He won't say anything bad about Vladimir or President Xi Jinping because they're the 2 separate legs. America is the 3rd leg of the New World Order. So Donald Trump, China, and Russia are all trying to impose their will upon us, Americans, and take our freedoms away. That's what's happening right now, folks. Welcome. Thank you, Sarah. Dinner is ready on the stove. I don't think I turned it off, so you may want to turn it off.
No thanks.
I just, you may want to heat your pizza too. I didn't do anything with that. I just said, you know, because you could have a couple pieces or whatever you want, you know.
Thanks.
Go for it. Yeah, so welcome to the show and our endless battle against boredom and trying to figure out what the hell's going on. You posted about the New World Order? What did you say, DJ? DJ Sammy posted about it. Are you against? Of course, we're all against the New World Order. It's a given here. You'd be a Democrat if you wanted a global world governance. Well, if we just all get vaccinated, everything will be fine. Oh. The RFID chips are embedded in the vaccines. Smart Dust is embedded in the vaccines. For real. Cancer cells are in the vaccines. I'm not making this up. Glyphosate, Roundup, is in the vaccines. No safety testing, nothing done on those vaccines. So we'll be talking about the dangers of vaccines now. All right, Smart Dust, yeah. It's bad. Very bad. Very bad. Yep, the New World Order is upon us. Under the scrim, they are ready to take over our country. And Donald Trump is their perfect puppet. He has Russian oligarch loans. They got loan sharks on this guy. He's got $1 billion in debt to Deutsche Bank, and a Russian oligarch underwrote it, meaning, yeah, Mr. Trump, we're going to take care of your problems if you work with some of the people that we know, like Mr. Jacob Rothschild. You know, he's good people. You know what I'm saying? And these aren't even Russian people. You know, they could be Italian, they could be Russian, they could be anybody. You know, but there's somebody's muscling him. We know that. Oh, yeah. Deutsche Bank? No, it's Deutsche Bank. The very people that robbed us during Pat Paulson's when they gave him $53 billion. Oh, yeah, they turned around and handed Donald Trump $1 billion of that dollar those dollars, and then they tied a note around it saying, if you don't pay us back, we got to get things done here. You know what I'm talking about? Mr. Trump, you're going to make sure you make your debts good. You know what I'm talking about? You got the power to do that, Meanwhile, we get thrown under the bus. You don't think I'm right? I think I'm spot on, dude. I think I nailed it. I mean, John F. Kennedy nailed it with the JFK's Secret Society speech. These mobsters took over when they blew his head off. You don't even care that John F. Kennedy had his head blown off by these mobsters? Does that even bother you? Or you're one of those people that believes that Lee Harvey Oswald had a single bullet that went through his head and 4 others? I believe in the single bullet theory from the opposite direction. Daneki's place, post-pandemic, the UN wants 10,000 or 10% of the world's GDP to fund its New World Order. Oh yeah, I mean, didn't you know you're going to get the bill of being attacked by your own country? Oh yeah, you'll owe them money. In the end, we're borrowing $6 trillion right now under Palooza and Donald profit-taking Trump. We're getting raped. Our country's being raped, people. It's getting, raped. Thank you. Wake up! Well, Donald is a loser. That's true. I cannot impersonate the WHO president because if I did, it would be considered racist, and I'm not going to do that. Well, the WHO has a special cozy deal with China. China's avoiding any scrutiny over this whole thing. All their numbers seem skewed. The death count went up like this, and then beep, like that. Very weird. Very weird. And now we're still getting nothing. No more than 100 people have died in 3 weeks in China. And in Russia, I don't think 50 people have died. Meanwhile, our country's shut down for what exactly? Because Donald is just doing what Miss Burke says. Ugh. So if you guys are wondering where your money is, it's getting sucked into the void right now. All of your future money, every dollar you ever fought and worked for, every bit of your savings. And right now they shut down the country for no frigging reason. And I rarely I've said frigging a couple times. I've never said the F word online. Oh, yeah, right. The bullet made several sharp changes of direction and somehow entered the back of his head, blew it off and went out the front in a small hole with bullets fragmented. Yeah, and it's pretty obvious the lone bullet theory is BS and the one bullet theory is BS. Even the Russians did an audio recording of JFK's first, what they had of the Zapruder tape. But that was film, that wasn't audio. So there was some audio in that, or maybe the Zapruder did have audio, I don't know. But they found 5 bullet sounds, the Russians did. The Russians did. Yeah, we have a lot of that footage. Well, today's a Wasteful Wednesday, so I want to show you your replacement. Yes, we don't need you anymore. That's the motto that the elitists are saying. We can replace you. You are no longer needed. So you people who've built, their empire on the food and products that you purchased from all of these scumbags, didn't realize that you'd created a monster, did you? They can replace every one of us. They don't see the point of having 7.5 or 7.6 billion people on the earth, and they believe it's going to be a long-term drain on their resources. So it's time for all of you to go. It's been a fun time on Earth, but I know that it's difficult to face up to the fact that unless you vote for me, America's third party, basically I'm the only guy championing your rights at this point. I'm the only one who could withstand the pressure of nonstop attacks on the show and the endless trolling and the death threats. And I'm still kicking. I'm here to fight for the American people, and I will stop chemtrails. I will stop forced vaccinations. And I will make sure the air and the water is cleaner for you and your future and your children. So I don't see how you're going to lose with America's third party. I'm always trying to sell myself because I think I'm the best guy for the country right now. And we're in a desperate state. We wouldn't have to be in a desperate state, but here we are. We didn't do enough earlier, even though I've been doing this nonstop. You didn't think it was that important. But here you are, wondering, well, what do I do? Where do I go? How do I fight for our future? Well, just spread the word, man. You know people. Now, I'm trying to get people over to my website, coolrock.com, but we're still working the kinks out of that. It turns out that Mark has ramped up all the cyber stalking that he was doing on that, or what, cyber cryptocurrency. Thank you. He was doing cryptocurrency on that network, iBlog. And I noticed that the malware was attacking a lot of browsers. They won't even open. So now it's not just 3 cookies, it's like 60. So there's something very wrong with, and I'm trying to find a better plugin for CoolRock, but you have to go through that. So what I suggest is go to the Dissenter browser at CoolRock. If you can open that much up, you can definitely open it up on Opera. But if you can open up this portion, just grab the Dissenter browser. And this Dissenter browser is free. And you can get it at dissenter.com too, if you want to grab it. Right here, this button right here. That one. And that opens up the Dissenter browser, which gives you cryptocurrency mining control over this broadcast. Crazy that I have to even get you to a Dissenter browser. And of course, we're going to be using more private email as time goes on. So I've got the Proton email button. Click there. You can get a free account at Proton Email. I don't know how safe it is, though. Based in Switzerland. Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about that. So I'm still looking at another alternative, a good undetectable email system. So if you got something outside of Switzerland, I'm open to replacing that button. I'm not addicted to the button. And if you know any private email accounts that are free, we're all open to that as well. I wash my hands every couple minutes as a rule, just to make sure that everything's clean. I've also got these new sprays. Like I put more Fountain of Youth water in my fruit enzyme spray. So since someday we'll only have this, I urge you to get a bottle like this and put some fresh water in it, purified water. It may be the only shower you'll get for a while, especially if the electricity goes down and water shortages occur. Which, of course, under Donald Trump, it will probably happen. Now, mind you, he's still involved in a pretend. Let's pretend he's in a live exercise, and we played that video for you a couple times where he says to Pompeo, "You should have told me. You should have told me. You should have told me." And Pompeo says, "We're in a live exercise right now. You should have told me. You should have told me." So we'll play that for you later, okay? Right now, it's a little bit too freaky. Trump doesn't know what the hell's going on. He's just doing what he's told because he owes them. Where do you want me to be right now? Okay, I'll be right over there. Sure. Oh, anything I can do to help. So Donald Trump is a very amicable person as long as he gets lots of money and he has good contracts with more money for Jared. Donald Trump is very simple. He's like a shark in the water when it comes down to what he really wants. He just wants his family to be rich. I know that's hard to understand, but so a lot of you people think he's some sort of he's not intelligent enough to be demonic. All right? But the people that own him are. Yeah, the CIA knew about the Kung flu in November. And China's blaming it on October. I don't care who we're going to blame at this point, China, Russia, the New World Order. We have a new life to live now that they release this. But what they're doing, which is disturbing, is they're potentially spraying at the air right now. And we're not even getting any oversight by our own government about, why you're allowing chemtrails to blow in the air. And I need all of you to start getting past that barrier you have where you think, anybody who thinks there's chemtrails is a whack job. Well, what do you got for a president? Did he ever want to clean up the air? Did he ever want to stop 5G? No, of course not. He's the worst possible guy in office. He not only doesn't care, he doesn't care about my plan, 5G Plus. He can't see it. He doesn't even see the damage going on in our society right now. So we got Tune In, Wake Up. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, so every day, 11 a.m. to 1 a.m., we do a show, the Daily Shut-In Show. So it's a 14-hour show we do now and a 5-hour live show. So any questions do you have about the future I can help answer? You're very pale color, I know. He does look pretty bad, I got to tell you. I believe we'll have Mike Pence as a president really soon. I don't know how soon, and I certainly don't want anything bad to happen to Donald, other than the fact, I care about people. But he does look, he's a little bit out of his league. Donald has been making too many promises to too many people for too long, and he no longer has the ability to stand up for anything. I, however, have the ultimate integrity, and nobody can touch me. I'm the kind of person that wouldn't even take, if somebody tried to extort from me, I wouldn't even bend. I have an unbreakable character. It's the indubitable spirit, the indomitable spirit. And I'm here to stop this dangerous 5G radiation that's hitting all of us when we walk around, when our kids are in school. So what I plan on doing is putting the 5G Plus network together, which will be full of limiters on all the things that can happen. Yeah, we have Faraday cages going over everything. That's the plan. Lots of Faraday cages, and they're really easy to build. We could have the Army Corps of Engineers build Faraday cages. They're super easy. All you need is aluminum wire. I made one for a smart meter for my house. Works great. They still send me my bill. They still get information sent. Because the point-to-point technology is not disturbed. All that's happening with the Faraday cage is it closes the field radiation down to a condensed area around it. It grabs all those bursts of energy and says, you're not going any farther. There's nothing else going on there. So when you walk around a smart meter with a Faraday cage, your RF frequency level is decreased by about 95 to 97%. It reduces to next to nothing, but they can still get messages out. So why didn't they think of this when they developed this? Because they want to kill off the population. It's hard for any of us to understand the mindset of a genocidal maniac. But I think tonight we grabbed a little of it. Check this out. Early in our show, guest 379, I don't think you're in the room anymore. Are you still here, guest 379? Let's take a look. No. Yeah, we got this weird chat just a few minutes ago. I'm going to show it to you. Look at this. It's just weird. It's just, I spot things. I've got like an intuitive nature with chat because I've been chatting since 1985 when I was first developed. This is a really odd chat. It says, what do death worshippers do when it looks like everyone will die? What is like to be at Antifa during a quarantine? Interesting. Max had a weird comment. Do they carry on being morbid or take the contrarian view and cheer up? Listen to that. Woman who revealed Clinton Lewinsky scandal dies. Okay, great. The Wuhan Kung Flu is part of a chemical, biological warfare, psychological warfare that has been going on over the last 2 years. And they followed with starvation, poverty, homelessness, and saddled in debt is by globalist design. Now that's not a normal chatter, folks. And I've identified aberrant chat many times before and posted it in my notes. Because I scan lots of different chatters and read through rather quickly, you may be bored, but I'm giving you a lesson in reality. There's some weird people that are really messed up in the head that want to get rid of the population. Now, as soon as you recognize that, then you'll know who caused this problem. It's the very same people that perpetrated 9/11. We never caught those 18 Saudi Arabians they claimed were the perpetrators. There's a massive cover-up, and the 9/11 Commission report was shunned. Actually, has been seen by engineers and architects to be completely ridiculous. They never factored in the fact that the planes could not have toppled over Building 7. A structural fire could never have taken that building down. 9/11 was perpetrated by a group of French Mossad agents. That's all we know. That's all I know. That's who caused 9/11. Earlier on in the 9/11 experience, we saw a group called the Gelatin B group, or the Gelatin B thing, and they did what appears to be, they'd set the detonators for those buildings a few months earlier, and they disguised it as an art project. Look it up, Gelatin B thing. Anyway, right around 2003, right after these people did the 9/11 attack, the French journalist group that I was watching and following, they tracked this group to a Chinese virology lab in Hanoi. They were working, the same group of people were working with the Chinese virology lab. This stuff is this is not fact, it's theory, okay? I'm not in any way telling you the guaranteed fact, it's just a theory, but most likely the people that are committing this bioweapon attack, which Donald Trump refused to admit is a bioweapon, their probably primary goal was at that time to put us into 2 wars so that they could control the oil supply. They did that. Second of all, their next move is to begin the process of eliminating everybody. So what that person just said is absolutely true, which I kind of found odd because not many people are clued in as well as that person was. So they are in the room watching us. I really do believe that they're living underground and they're watching this show right now. Peter, I see you. I've got the drink in your hand. It's a vodka gimlet. But no, seriously. And they're going to wonder how I know that. Okay, let's move on. So did you get the message that gin and tonic is good? At least tonic is? Yeah, the quinine in tonic water is, on a small amount, don't overdo it, is very similar to chloroquine. The thing that Donald Trump was saying, oh, I'm sure this will help everybody. And then somebody OD'd on it and died. You remember that? There are no N-words in that. What are you saying? Well, Paul, vodka tends to push a lot of people over the edge here. I know it's a common drink among alcoholics. But gin, they say, is the real drink of alcoholics. So if you could possibly switch to gin, that'd be great. Otherwise, you just won't join the ranks of true alcoholics. Think about that. Don't you want to be one of the top drinkers in the world? A competitive, non-stop drinker of constant booze? Because I don't. I just prefer, water. And I guess organic coffee, so cheers. But the idea of tonic water is really good. So when you're out, I don't recommend getting the standard generic tonic water because it has corn syrup in it, high fructose corn syrup, genetically modified. But if you look around, you might find one with stevia or something in it. Yeah, we picked up a couple of natural brands today. I just have on hand. I'm not going to overdose on the tonic water, but when I found out it was related in the same family as chloroquine and it had the same effect on the flu, the theory is that the cells themselves open up with the quinine and they receive more nutrition to fight the very thing that's attacking your body, like your lung tissue. Anyway, I know we're all frightened about the potential of getting this, but I think we'll be okay as long as we stay inside. And I've been urging people to stay inside since the beginning of our 25-day period here. We've been 14 days nonstop, 25 days nonstop, 14 hours a day. Thank you. And it's been a nonstop thing, and we're adding a lot of videos as we go. So that's all good. So we're getting weird things like this, almost bizarre world globalist crap. This is an expose of Marxism. They use Marxism, the New World Order uses Marxism to implement their plans, and they'll try to do that, like look at Vermont. Very Marxist. Look at Bernie Sanders land, the guy that just dropped out of the Democratic race. Bernie Sanders dropped out today. Well, in Vermont, if you go outside on a swing set, you can get $100 to $300 fine. In my area, which would be considered democratically socialist, they got cops everywhere. Mostly low key, just sitting there watching people. There's a show of force out there. Seriously. Which is typical of a socialist state like Washington. But they haven't implemented any plans like Vermont has done, where if you go walking out, you can't even go shopping. It's ridiculous. A couple states are shutting everybody down in their house. And now they're saying that health food stores in some areas of the country are non-essential food items. This is where a president would stand up and say, absolutely not. I will let this country get back to work right now. We have no proof that this shutdown is going to help us in any way whatsoever. This shutdown won't help us at all. There's no proof that a shutdown will stop any flu virus from spreading. So I do support. Sorry guys, I gotta get rid of that. I hate that thing. Yeah, I support the idea of the Swedish method, which is to keep working and keep restaurants rolling and lots of income streams rolling on. I'm going to put this up here for all of you who are unsure as to what to do about the COVID thing. The COVID tests don't exist yet. They're Q-tips. That's all they are. So if you're one of those people that wants a Q-tip stuck halfway into the back of your head, by all means, go for it. But it doesn't look like it's real at this point. It's really a nightmare, is what it is. So until the one that Martin Shkreli is developing gets to the market, and that'll be a while because Trump wants to profit from that too. It's unbelievable. Trump wants to profit from the COVID test kits. He and Jared are trying to manipulate, along with Joshua, Jared's brother, are trying to manipulate the whole thing to get more money. Yeah, so when we look at the no COVID test kits, only Q-tips, unfortunately, we're in a situation where we're kind of shocked. Many of us are like, what? Donald said there's 1 million. No. Donald also lied about how many people are coming into the country. We're tracking all kinds of flights from China and South Korea, all around the world, coming into our country. That looks actually better. Only Q-tips. Yeah, that happens every time. Then I have to take it out and make a whole new one. Can you hear me, Dave? Yes, I can. Go ahead. What do you want, Rafford? Yeah, only Q-tips. I should do a red backing on that too. Yeah, putting a Q-tip in your body can't be good for you either. So don't think that's a healthy thing. It's scary, I know. So the new test kits will just be like breathalyzers. If you have the COVID and want to know if it's for real. None of this would be mandatory in my world. I would never make COVID tests mandatory to anybody. If we have to use the sensors that look at the forehead to see if you're running a temperature, and the cops have to use those at checkpoints, I would find that very disturbing. I wouldn't want that for our country. They're doing that in China and Singapore right now. Yes, I'm pretty sure that China's behind it, definitely. I do believe that Russia's behind it as well, because the level of blowout is so bad right now in America, but hardly any problem in China and Russia. So we're seeing lots of numbers that are over the top. And I know a lot of these are just people dying generally. So they're using statistical methods, we call it statistical judo, to manipulate statistics to make it seem like everybody's dying of COVID. Anybody who dies right now is going to die of COVID, according to Miss Burks. So let's play that video for you, okay? Yeah, I was trying to put this together first. Here it is. Now listen to what she says carefully. She's really, really out there. She's an idiot. She managed the worst healthcare system in the world at Walter Reed Medical Center before they got rid of the name Walter Reed because it was such a bad hospital. And she's been notorious for being lost in her attempt to really resolve what's going on. She even admits that she's been using other people's deaths. You know, people with kidney disease would be automatically labeled COVID-19. Well, of course, she sucks. She wears the same curtains your mom has in the kitchen around her neck. So true. Guess 718. That is really a very astute observation. She wears your mom's curtains around her neck. That's pretty funny. Miss Burks.
On Twitter, Dr. Fauci or Dr. Burks. Can you talk about your concerns about deaths being misreported by coronavirus because of either lack of testing or standards for how they're characterized?
So I think in this country, we've taken a very liberal approach to mortality. And I think the reporting here has been pretty straightforward over the last 5 to 6 weeks. Prior to that, when there wasn't testing in January and February, that's a very different situation and unknown. There are other countries that if you had a pre-existing condition, and let's say the virus caused you to go to the ICU and then have a heart or kidney problem, some countries are recording that as a heart issue or a kidney issue and not a COVID-19 death. Right now, we're still recording it, and the great thing about having forms that come in and a form that has the ability to mark it as COVID-19 infection, the intent is right now that if someone dies with COVID-19, we are counting that as a COVID-19 death.
Can you be sure? I mean, you hear from coroners that that's not necessarily the case. Or are you sure? How can you be confident about that? And is there any concern that it skews the?
Yeah, she actually thinks it's a good thing that we could count everything as a COVID-19 death. She actually said that. It's a good thing we can mark it as COVID-19. We're very fortunate to have these forms. What? You're very fortunate to have a form that allows you to put anything that anybody died of and claim it's COVID-19. That's a comforting thing. That's a fortunate thing. It's a good thing. It's a good thing that you have a cornfield, Johnny. It's a good thing. That's a nice cornfield. I'm going to send you to the cornfields. That kind of thing, yeah. It's a good thing that we can label everybody who dies to be COVID-19. That's a good thing. It's a totally deceptive, lying thing. These people are evil, folks. This is serious. They're the core of evil. They're just walking, talking bureaucrats that live their whole life to be special. She's reached the highest level of her incompetence. Incompetence. That's the Peter Principle. She talks like everyone's retarded. I know. I think you got to come in on Saturday like the guy from the Office Space, right, Skid? I hear you, man. Hey, so I feel bad for a lot of you leftists who lost Bernie. But bear in mind, on top of protecting our First, Second, and Fourth Amendments, unlike the Democrats who want to just, destroy our right to assemble with this ridiculous overreaction, an attempt to get rid of guns, we're not going to get rid of the American people's weapons. Alex Jones, listen to me, buddy. You're out of here. I led on Alex Jones. Alex Jones has been following me the whole time. I've been completely isolated on the blogosphere, but we have viewers. Don't get me wrong. But yeah, Alex. Let's take a look here. Now, Donald Trump is engaged in what is considered a live exercise. Watch this. Yeah. Let's try it again. Play it again, Sam.
You may have listened to this video already, but I want you to listen again. This time I have a little better sound, and I want you to pay very close attention to what he says. Pompeo says this is a live exercise. And what you'll hear in the background is Donald Trump say, "You should have let us know." So again, I'm going to let it play over a couple times so you can hear it. It's very interesting. Take a listen.
This is not about retribution. This matters going forward. We're in a live exercise here to get this right. We need to make sure that we're in a live exercise here to get this right. We're in a live exercise here to get this right. We're in a live exercise here to get this right. We're in a live exercise here to get this right. We're in a live exercise here to get this right.
Oh, they got it right. And Trump keeps saying you should have let us know. What kind of a person? No, it's not a horrible choice of words. It's what they're doing. They're in a live exercise, folks. They've been told to turn our nation upside down to prepare for a pandemic. That's what they've been told. Oh, really? Oh, I'm so sorry. Froggy's mom said that? I'm sorry for that. Froggy's mom has been purged. Banned. Oh, okay. In the Soviet Union, people who had it the worst were those in the city at the east and Moscow were more free. You notice that too with the lockdown order. Yeah, it's true. Good point. Skid Marxism is actually here from the Soviet era. Thank you for lending your knowledge from the time that the Soviet Union broke up. That too was a New World Order takeover of your country, of Russia, led by none other than our country, George H.W. Bush at the helm. Yeah, there's a strong amount of evidence that George H.W. Bush took out a $240 billion bond issue in 1991, September 11th, and never paid it back, and used it to leverage against your country. Yeah, there's strong evidence. I can't verify it, but there's strong evidence to that effect. And that was never brought up, and that's why Donald Trump is suppressing a lot of information about George H.W. Bush. The Bush family worked for Nazi Germany. What we're in right now is a phase of the Nazi takeover. The Germans had the same thing. They went through the same thing with Hitler. Hitler worked for the Rothschilds. He actually was an illegitimate son of one of the Rothschilds. I don't believe that, no, I think consuming video is way more interesting. That's your belief, but I believe that video is far more interesting than reading. Reading is a one or two-dimensional plane, whereas video is multi-dimensional, including music and all kinds of things. But if you, whatever excites you, go for it. If you like reading, get books on tape. That's easy, because eventually you won't be able to see. Well, you clearly can't see anything anyway, so will it really matter if you have the ability to see or not? Okay, Maple Leaf suspends operations at Brampton poultry plant after 3 workers contract coronavirus. So goodbye chicken. Yeah, the Brampton poultry plant is going to be shut down. Yep. Canadian Maple Leaf Foods is having a problem with their chicken because they had 3 cases and they don't want to process chicken now. Goodbye food and hello overreaction. All right. Hello overreaction. Yeah, so I'm just going to get rid of this one. I just wanted to straighten it out for a while so you know that these are just Q-tips they stick in your head and they put them in a toaster oven. They call it a toaster. Me so funny. Me chat you long time. I'm looking for unusual chatters. Will you ban porn? Hell no. Why would I? Not that I watch it. But if you want to, you should have the right. It's part of free speech and equal access. Hey, if rich people can watch porn, you can too. I saw some threats, yeah, thank you. I did ban them. Froggy's mom. Yep, Sarah listens to books on tape. Sometimes I go in the room and I hear the same monotone voice of some woman saying, reading some book out of the 1940s or 60s or 80s. And it's always the same kind of thing. I'm not going to say what her genre is, but she'll tell you someday. Whatever your genre is, I need to really just talk about how the country is losing its food supply, but I don't want to waste your time because I've got a whole video tonight. The food shutdown of the farmers is brought to you by Ice Age Farmer. And this guy's pretty cool. Let me give you a little sample of what we have tonight for you.
This is where we are now. And I want to make this abundantly clear. I'm Christian, and this is the Ice Age Farmer channel. And I want to start off with a video that was posted today by Shay Myers.
Hey guys, so what you're looking at behind me are the ramifications of COVID-19. Millions upon millions upon millions of pounds. And this is one pile of many throughout this valley that has, more than 1 million pounds in it.
Wow.
We can't donate it. A lot of people ask me, well, why don't you donate? Why don't you go to the food banks? Well, the food banks are mostly full, number one. Number two, even if they weren't full, they don't need more onions. This isn't about not having enough food for you in the grocery store. This is about not having enough food for you in the restaurant. When you're not eating there, you don't need it there. The way I've been describing it to a lot of people that aren't as accustomed to the normal supply chain is that imagine a freeway that's connecting the farm to the city, okay? And that freeway has this massive bridge that goes over a massive river, and that bridge gets knocked out. If that bridge is knocked out, you can't rebuild immediately. Now, are there other routes to get there? Yeah, but it takes longer. And if it takes longer, that means the normal product that's in that supply chain cannot make it. And that's what we're seeing today. Normal shipments in the United States, loads of onions, normal US consumption is 350 loads a day. We saw sub 200 shipments, 200 loads per day, every single day last week. And the most recent number that I've seen is 127. 1/3 of the normal US consumption of onions is being shipped. That's the shift in the supply chain. That's why you're seeing milk being dumped, tomatoes being dumped, squash in Florida being dumped, flowers being ruined and wasted.
Could they just send me over there and I just start eating, I could probably eat half of those apples right there, right now, myself. You don't like onions? Have you ever tried cooking them? They're great in food. What do you think most fine restaurants use as the base of their cooking? Onions. No, you think he's a crisis actor? No, some people actually have wives that wash their shirts, especially if they're going to do some camera work. Not every farmer's dirty. Boy, you guys are really superficial. You won't be talking this way when you run out of food in your local markets, which will be happening soon. Well, I guess you just have to get a little more hungry before you start showing a little respect for our farmers. Jeez. And every single person is a Slim Shady lurking. He could be working at Burger King. Yeah. Any one of you is an infection waiting to happen. Hey, we've been dealing with viruses for centuries. We have viruses in our bodies. You're defecating and urinating viruses. We're overreacting to this virus thing. It's total hysteria, and there's no proof shutting down our economy is going to help. So why are you people so out of it and you don't realize that? I'm blaming all of you. And Donald Trump for the live exercise. You should have told me.
To get this right, we're in a live exercise here. To get this right,
you should have let us know. You should have let us know. Donald Trump is in a live exercise. You should have let us know. Well, Donald, could you try explaining to me why we're in a live exercise? And now that you know about it, exactly why you're keeping us in a live exercise? Are you trying to suck Vladimir Putin's dick or Xi Jinping's? No disrespect, of course, to the Chinese leader. But I mean, seriously, are you going to step up and then show America what America's all about? Or are you going to just suck the New World Order ass? Sorry. I was triggered by him saying, "You should have let us know. We should have. I mean, what a worm! What a wimp! You call this a man? This is a worm, not a man. This is a worm. You should have let us know. You should have let us know." Paul, I'm not drunk. No, I'm just a little pissed off. What bothers me is you're not pissed off, Paul. Maybe you should have a couple more of those, Oh, jeez. If you need to draw your courage from the bottom of a bottle, you won't be ready for battle, son. You're either ready for battle and you have a clear head, or you're never going to be ready for battle with a bottle in front of you. You'll have a frontal lobotomy. When the water bottle you keep grabbing at? It's coffee. It's good stuff. This is all wrong. A potential coronavirus vaccine funded by Bill Gates is set to begin testing with people. They can't make a coronavirus vaccine. It's impossible. It's mutating. That's why they won't tell you there are multiple variants. It's a bioengineered virus that's mutating constantly. You can't make a vaccine for it. It's impossible. You may make a vaccine for one variety, but it won't help you prevent other varieties. They say that this particular virus will actually hit you again. It'll linger in your neurons. So a vaccine won't help you. It won't give you any more defense than getting it off somebody giving it to you. And the mortality rate is so small, it's less than 0.1% based on the Chinese and Russian numbers. So why are you all freaking out? I don't understand. Yes, we're dealing with a bioengineered virus, but why are you all freaking out? Why is everyone acting like scared little rabbits? It's absurd. You're being led astray in a live exercise with an idiot that has no brains. And he's willing to give away our First, Second, and Fourth Amendment rights in the process. And you're going, well, I guess it's better than nothing. Oh, man. I feel sorry for a lot of you. You know, when you don't have a brain, you don't really know that you're being deceived. You just go through life being deceived your whole life. You go to college, you get your PhDs, your 16 PhDs like Dr. Meow. You never ask the big question, what are they spraying in the sky? Why are they getting rid of our food supply? Why are we locked up in a prison environment of our own making? I don't know. Well, I guess it's hard to know the truth when you're kind of led astray early in life. I want to be able to build great new ideas for America. I want to be able to solve America's problems with our hybrid capitalism concepts. Even the 5G Plus network I'm pitching will be far better than what we have today and will provide safety for the American people. I wrote this book with Sarah, Hybrid Capitalism, so that we'd be able to give you guys brand new ideas on the fly. And that's exactly what I plan on delivering. I can come up with an answer to a problem within a few seconds. I have no problem is too big for me. I just have never had any power to resolve problems. I've, like you, grown up in an average American family and only limited resources, so why not use the internet? I think a third party would definitely be in order right now before it's too late. Yeah, that's true, Morpheus. And why I've been pitching a third party all these years is because we don't have any other options. But this party has to be in the middle of the political spectrum. We cannot possibly be outside to the far left too far or the far right too far. Yeah, I mean, I support your right to bear arms. I don't support removing bans on automatic weapons. We already have bans on machine guns. So it's not like I want to go too far off to the right. I want to keep it right where it is on the right with your Second Amendment rights. I won't impose verification or registration ever. And I think individual freedom is so important in America. We're losing track of that with the Democrats, Republicans. And if they're willing to just surrender our right to privacy and our Fourth Amendment right by ordering us to be forced vaccinated, I will say this, that it will start a war. There will be a civil war in America, and it will start with forced vaccinations. It won't end there either, unfortunately. So if they really believe they're going to force vaccinate our population going door to door, they're going to run into a huge resistance. And there's over 460 million guns. I'm not threatening anyone. I'm just saying, logically speaking, people are going to revolt with AR-15s and blow the heads off of anybody who tries to stick them with a needle. So the elites made a big, big mistake when they said they're going to force vaccinate the population. They're pitching this idea that Bill Gates is some sort of a wonderful guy when he's got to be the face of death itself, the Grim Reaper. Bill Gates has been known to manipulate Donald Trump.
Remember when Trump came into office, he said he was going to investigate vaccines because he allegedly has a son who may have been damaged by a vaccine. This was back in the days when everyone was saying Trump was going to drain the swamp. Well, some footage of Bill Gates has emerged where Gates appears to take credit for shutting that down.
So I saw him at Trump Tower. You know, I said, hey, science and innovation is a great thing. You should be a leader who drives innovation. And that conversation was about a broad set of things in energy, in health, in education. You know, pick things you want to do that are big. HIV vaccine, you could, you know, accelerate that. Be associated with innovation. And then the second time I saw him was the March after that, so March 2017 in the White House. In both of those two meetings, he asked me if vaccines weren't a bad thing, because he was considering a commission to look into ill effects of vaccines. And somebody, his name is Robert Kennedy Jr., was advising him that vaccines were causing bad things. And I said, no, that's a dead end. That would be a bad thing. Don't do that. Both times he wanted to know if there was a difference between HIV and HPV. So I was able to explain that those are rarely confused with each other.
Now, this might be a good time to remind everyone of another TED Talk where Bill Gates openly promoted population control.
Yeah, exactly. Good point. Yeah, so we're dealing with a person who literally is recommending eugenics and, I would say, genocide. I would say Donald Trump is simply following the order of the New World Order and doing whatever Bill Gates says. And Bill Gates is not a scientist. He dropped out of college, folks. He has been a person who's killed over 55,000 people in Africa from reactions to his vaccines. He's a genocidal maniac, if you look at it that way. So if you really believe that this guy is somehow helping us, he's not. And when he says that's a dead end, no, it's not. In fact, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. just recently released information to the effect that it's almost a disaster what's happening. The CDC hasn't studied the safety of vaccines for over 30 years. There you go. They do make Faraday cages for your head that would be safer than my my Mylar hat, actually. That's true. Magnetic shielded materials do exist that you can wear on your head. For real. Yeah, I don't really plan on urging you to get a tinfoil hat, though. Yeah, I don't trust a lot of those things simply because your brain is already an active electrochemical device. You need a little bit something with padding. Yeah, I would use one of my, motorcycle crash helmets and cover it with Mylar on the outside if I really wanted a good Faraday cage, because you really need a little insulation between your head and the I actually made a Mylar hat as a stunt for one of our shows, and I did put it on, and I can tell you it actually hurts. Well, your brain is emitting all kinds of electricity. You don't realize that, but your body is a veritable biochemical engine that's recharging. Like when you go to bed, your brain is your battery cell. So humans have had a hard time understanding this. So you really have to keep a little space between it and a barrier protecting your brain. But yeah, 5G can affect your brain. Don't hold your cell phone next to your head. When I get cordless phones now, I try to hit the speaker phone. I do put it up there sometimes, but I'm going to stop doing that. I'm training myself to stop doing that. Yeah, here's Bill Gates tweeting that vaccines look like a great investment. Look at this. He's selling the idea of sticking needles in everybody. The guy's demonic, I'm telling you. What's next for our foundation, he says. I'm particularly excited about what the next year could mean for one of the best buys in global health, vaccines. And then he pitches his vaccine. This guy he's like demonic. And what bothers me about him, he really cannot, he's got his COVID-19 vaccine. Look at this. He's got all these rich people thinking this is the way to make money too. And carry on with the goal of depopulation. They were trying to come up with a way to sterilize our population rapidly, and they realized they couldn't do it like in Tuskegee. They were sterilized a bunch of African-American girls, in the 60s and all the way up through the 80s. They let every woman who went in with a uterine problem, they just sterilized them without even their authorization. Our government's been doing that, so they're more than willing to stick needles in us and inject things that'll cause sterility. It's in our food supply too. If you eat genetically modified corn or high fructose corn syrup, it's GMO. It's got a thing on it called epicite. And epicite actually makes you sterile. They've been working on all kinds of ways to kill us, folks. Wake up. We've got to have a political party to stop them. If we don't, we're screwed. I mean, how many times do I have to keep saying that? Wow. When it comes to vaccines, we're on the back end of it.
In that moment, I am so sorry for ever sending that tweet. If I could take it back, I would.
I don't pay homage to her or him, whatever his name is. Her name. Him, her. Him, her. Him, her. Main account got suspended. Can you guys retweet so I can find my mutuals again? Yeah, a lot of people are being suspended. Yep. This guy, G. Johnny, got currently suspended. People who are saying that their parents died of something other than COVID-19 and they're very upset. We've had a lot of people we put testimonials on the screen in previous shows. Okay, Rodney, thank you for telling me. Yeah, so there you have it. If we could possibly get a vice president in a position that would be better than Mike Pence, I'll take over. And we will get our country back to work right away. As soon as I'm president. Donald, you've got to get people back to work right now. Our economy is sliding into a hole and you'll be known as the worst president on earth. Is that what you want, Donald? Seriously? Do you really want to be known as the worst president in our history? Because that's where you're headed right now. So get the country back to work. Let's roll out the food. Keep everything rolling. You stop this country for one more week and you're looking at food shortages. It's foolish what he's doing. And there's no science behind it. And Miss Birx, she's an idiot. Oh, and yeah, there are no COVID test kits. Only Q-tips. I'm the perfect guy. Rodney, I've always known I'm your president for 2020. We just have to make this work, okay? So you tell your people, I'll tell my people, and we'll have our phone machines talk to each other. I know I can't lose. I know I'm in the pocket right now. I just have to lead you the way out, and I think we've got the way. Hybrid capitalism was our concept to make the country strong, and it's still very vibrant. Solutions for the country, a homestead renewal plan to get a lot of houses that are foreclosed on, get them fixed up, and get people jobs at the same time. If we can access the $2.3 trillion that Nancy Pelosi and Donald Trump are trying to stake away from the American people right now, if we can reallocate that fund, we'll be up and running by 2021. There won't be any stoppages, and we will start investigating the cause of this bioweapon and psyops that's been attacking our country. We'll be doing everything we can to roll out the red carpet for any experts, watchdogs, people that are doing hard work trying to find the bad guys. You'll get your first dibs at the jobs in America. The SEC, the FDA, the EPA, all new staffing across the board, and reduction in staffing too. We'll be cutting costs in our major agencies. I have a plan to shut down the economy at various times. I call it an economic brake pad. And the idea is going along with the idea that we really can function, being our oil runs off of as a commodity, which is great and doesn't have the government involved in it. Our country can roll along without the government's interference in our oil production. We could shut down the economy at any time to cut back on money, and everyone who's a government agent wouldn't lose their job. They would just take a non-paid furlough. It's very simple. The only areas and stopgaps we need to fix are like the Coast Guard could do the work of the TSA, and we could fund the Coast Guard through the National Guard. That's a very small modification, but we could make that work, and then we'll pretty much be able to hit the economic brake pad anytime we want. Instead of going in the other direction like the Democrats, Republicans are doing, just borrowing money. I don't want to increase more money and more debt. We have a $4 trillion envelope with the Fed to draw from. I've already seen Nancy Pelosi and Donald Trump act like vipers trying to make that money go to their contracted friends and cronies. It's almost insane how that money's almost spent. I think Nancy's out looking for another stimulus bill already. I mean it. You know, I don't know. I don't have a statistic on how many African Americans are dying right now, because most of the statistics we're getting on COVID deaths are coming from false positives. Whenever you hear a number, just reduce it by 90%, by 85%. We're getting 85% false positives on the COVID tests. So most people are suffering from the common cold or a light flu, and they're being hauled in, and then they're probably being, you know, executed. I would not go to the hospital to get checked out at this point. Just follow a regime of really good quality food, best you can, you know, things you like to eat, and give yourself an immunity boost. And what that would entail is, I've got a bunch of stuff I'll put on the screen you can look at behind my head as it spools out, but not foreskin, forskolin. It's a really interesting herb that helps in fighting these particular types of viruses. Calendula in your tea, birch bark extract. Now you're only going to find these at health food stores, and unfortunately they're being closed down, so you may find these things online. Yeah, most of your health food stores are, in some areas I should say, are being closed down because they're calling it non-essential food to have healthy food. This is a New World Order takeover. Our nation is under attack internally. We're being literally, we're imploding as a nation because we've got so many corrupt people in our government. Well, I'm just giving you some helpful tips about immunity boost. Eating well is the best thing. Taking a multivitamin, start there, okay? And drink pure water. Drink pure water. I've never tried thieves oil. I don't trust anything called thieves oil, but the microbiologist that identified this as a bioengineered virus said all this stuff. And you want to get some sunshine. Joe, are you really, you ran by a nursing home and they were shooting people and putting them in a truck? Could you not make up stories here? Because we're kind of dealing with facts right now. We don't want to freak people out. I wouldn't doubt they're putting pillows over grandpa and grandma right now to try to get more COVID deaths up. Well, let's not talk about anybody related to the Tiger Show right now, being your mind is so simplistic, I can't really cater to your superficial being. A little note on Saint Corona. What, has she got a tattoo? Well, that's interesting. Okay, let's give that to the room. An offering from the blog heaven. Here we go. It does look very weird. The picture is kind of phallic in and of itself. Did you know there's a saint by the name of Corona? She's the saint of plagues and infections, diseases. She's also to be worshipped from March until May. Her feast is May 14th. That's when the Pope has a global educational alliance meeting with world leaders on how to re-educate the youth of the entire world. Watch for it. May 14th. Okay, and she's having her feast then. May 14th, 1948 also happens to be the day when Israel became a nation. Wow. There's a connection, an odd connection to the Mossad being the perpetrator of this pandemic. Very interesting. Yeah, you know, the Mossad was involved in the gelatin bee thing in 9/11, and they were involved in accessing a coronavirus. I believe the COVID-19 was developed in 2003 in a virology institute in Hanoi by Chinese and French microbiologists. I believe those French were Mossad agents. This is my theory. And I also believe that they then sent it over the next 10 years through small transport to various universities to try to come up with a better vaccine. But what they found is that there is no vaccine for this because it's mutating in the general population. They don't want you to know that, so Bill Gates still believes he's going to inject you with a vaccine that's going to somehow work magically. All that'll be fake data. They will try to instead infect you with HEK293T, which is a known carcinogen. HEK293T is is a particular cell that comes from HEK, human embryonic kidney cell. They want to inject people with aborted fetus cells. I know, I'm kind of shocked too. They've been found in numerous vaccines, and Robert F. Kennedy has uncovered a whole history of incredible abuse, and I want to thank Robert F. Kennedy for his work. He's awesome. But what it does is it expresses a mutant version of the SV40 large T antigen, which can create recombinant retroviruses and cancer cells. It has a protein expression that is very easy to manipulate. So they've been playing with this for years. They said, why not just inject people with it and see what happens? And it causes cancer. Israel is going to be under lockdown during Passover. Well, you know, that's good. Everybody's under lockdown. I think this whole lockdown thing is a real waste of time. Yeah, I heard Scissor Fight. Yeah, Bernie took the money and ran. He gave in. He wasn't planning on really, you know, running for president. Bernie was always just a guy who liked to make money and buy houses. He never could come up with a way to fund his programs, and that's where he fell through. The one thing about hybrid capitalism is I have this plan to actually get a lot of money out to the states in the form of essentially 2% growth funds. We'll be giving states 2% growth funds, as well as U.S. businesses hiring U.S. citizens. And that also applies to the states. They won't get that money unless they hire U.S. citizens. But I want a lot of states to take over operations involving road work. I don't want to rely on contractors as much as we have in the past. And I also believe we can make better use of that money if we know that if they can actually, you know, get people working. Otherwise, it's just throwing money, good money after bad. The Republicans and Democrats have failed in every way. The socialist model just taxes everybody to death and shuts the economy down. The Republican model is just trickle-down economics, and it failed. Quantitative easing has failed. I mean, I had a huge argument with Milton Friedman in 1978. 15-minute argument I had, and I was at the top of my game. I was basically an undergrad, but I had just started as an honor student at UCLA, and I was shocked at the level of ignorance that I saw out of Milton Friedman's mouth. I was absolutely floored at his level of mindlessness. I asked Milton Friedman what was going to happen when our culture became more reliant on foreign labor, being it's cheaper. His answer was the free market would solve everything. Okay, that worked maybe just there. What about when the environment is ravaged and we see companies turning to automation? What happens to people's labor and people who are making money? He said the free market will solve everything. And what he did was just throw money. The monetarist model just throws money to the free market in the hands of rich people. And I can tell you that there was, at the time I said, look, in 30 years, we're going to be running into a problem because your method will make us go bankrupt and degrade the value of the dollar. Here I am talking with a future Nobel economist about the most important thing on earth, and he couldn't understand what I was saying. And I also said, I was an undergrad, man, and I also said, there is goodbye. There is also a really big important thing going on that we have to be aware of, that rich people take money and they create liquidity traps. They're called liquidity traps in Keynesian economics. And the rich people sit on that money. Well, they've been sitting on these liquidity traps so long that a lot of them have been buying underground homes and apartments under the Denver airport. They spend their money on things like how they're going to live underground while we die. That's not exactly growth funds. So we're screwed. Even Barney Frank mindlessly said, I didn't think that they'd be able to hold back spending on foreign investment. Barney, you got to have strings attached to money. You can't just give people money willy-nilly. Barney Frank was so foolish. TARP 1 and TARP 2 was a failure because of it. You got to specify U.S. companies hiring U.S. citizens at a living wage of $15, get the money. It's basically common sense. Colorado police apologize after dad is handcuffed in front of daughter in a park for violating social distancing. Wow. And the CDC is considering relaxing coronavirus guidelines, letting some Americans return to work. Well, isn't that special? Well, could it be Satan? I think the CDC is satanic. I'd fire every one of these pieces of crap. They have screwed up. You know that the World Health Organization, in tandem with the CDC, actually ignored the human-to-human transmission complaints from Taiwan 2 weeks before anyone was even talking about it. We could have saved lives. These people got to go. And they have never responded to the unsafe conditions that vaccines pose. It's just crazy. I will fire everybody at the CDC, and I'm going to be creating a brand new agency in America called the 24/7 Cancer Cure Center. Did you hear breaking news? I don't think anything will affect me. I'm not really like you think I am. I am unaffected by most things. I function outside of your scope. Give me the breaking news. I'm waiting. Were the police 6 feet away when they put the cuffs on him? Yeah, I want to know. Ooh, this is cool. Wall art, dude. Check it out. Check it out. Look at that. That's cool. Yeah, I like that. Well, we know this is a plandemic, and Donald Trump is in a live exercise, but he won't admit it to the American people. We know that there really are no COVID test kits yet, but Martin Shkreli says that he's going to have some out pretty soon, but Trump wants to profit from them. They give Martin $3, and they charge $150, and get this, Trump wants to put the new COVID test kits on eBay and have the governors bid on them. I'm serious. Can you believe that? He wants the governors to spend individually, like bid up on the COVID test kit. This guy is insane. I can't even believe he's president. He wants to dole out the COVID test kits based on how much money a state wants to pay. Breaking news. Okay, what do we got? Yeah, Bill Gates is very, very dark. We know that his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein has got to get to the forefront, because if we don't get that out, they're using Jeffrey Epstein's case with Bill Gates belies a deeper concern. Are they using Bill Gates to push their ID 2020?
You just said, I think is critically important. Can you repeat what you just said, please?
Well, last Friday, I received a 7-page document that sort of told me that if I had an 86-year-old patient that had pneumonia but was never tested for COVID-19, but sometime after she came down with pneumonia, we learned that she had been exposed to her son who had no symptoms, but later on was identified with COVID-19, that it would be appropriate to diagnose on the death certificate COVID-19. Now, we've not done that. If someone has the pneumonia after and it's in the middle of a flu epidemic, and I don't have a test on influenza, I don't diagnose influenza on the death certificate. I will say this elderly patient died of pneumonia.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but my heart is sinking right now as you're telling me this. You're a doctor. Why in the world would they be sending you out information to fill out death certificates, whether the person's been diagnosed with COVID-19 or not, but then to say in the death certificate this person's death was caused by COVID-19? That does not sound right to me.
I went to the person in our office who does most of the death certificates over the last 10, 20 years, and I said, does this sound right? I had her look at the documents that I printed off, and she said, well, we've always been told that you always put down just facts. You don't put down any probabilities. You don't put any presumptions down. It's just what you know. And so this is concerning, and it actually gets to your point, Chris. When we start talking about the data that goes into the modeling, we have to ask ourselves a question.
Speaking of Minnesota, a doctor in states...
Are we sharing with the public? Minnesota, North Dakota, we don't need to be having it sugar-coated. We want to know what's going into your modeling.
So with that being said, why would they want to skew the number of deaths due to COVID-19?
Well, fear is a great way to control people, and I worry about that. I worry that sometimes we're so darn interested in just jazzing up the fear factor.
Yeah. Okay, there you have it. A top doctor talking about the dangers of this whole thing. The media panic that came with it. Yeah, the media panic. Hey, so I am pitching a 5G Plus system that will be much safer than anything Donald could create. I'm not trying to take away from the reality that we have obvious technological needs, and we've laid a lot of infrastructure, but I don't trust the 5G system as it currently is. So these things are my ideas. I think we can make it safe, but I don't think we should proceed with a 6G or 10G or 20G. I think that's a big mistake. It'll need Faraday cages to go over the field energy points that are producing a tremendous amount of dangerous radio frequency radiation. We'll need limiters that'll focus those electric currents down to a small area so that they won't be able to send a massive amount of energy through the dark fiber that they have. They've laid a massive amount of dark fiber, which no one really knows what it's for. It could very well be for anything from mind manipulation, God knows what, even electrifying people and walking down the street and zapping them. What we've seen is no safety test done on the 5G so far. So I'm pitching a brand new approach to America's problem, and instead of saying no to 5G, I'm actually trying to make this better. Yeah, I'm actually trying to make, and believe me, I don't want 5G either. I don't even want 4G, but we didn't get a choice on these things. We have to make them safer, all of them. It was obvious that they were doing this before these doctors came out and showed. Well, Americans are, slow on the uptake sometimes. No fear, there you go. The new way the coronavirus spreads. Oh, there you go. What exactly is that on his finger? Skid. Yeah, what are you looking at? Is that an RFID chip with a wing or something? What is that? I'm just curious. Skid Marxism. Yeah, what is that? Zoom in. Oh, okay. I'm zooming in. It's not doing anything. Oh. I can't zoom in. It won't allow me to zoom in.
Control plus and see if that helps.
Yeah, I'm still not sure what I'm looking at. It looks like yeah, I'm not sure what is that exactly. Could you help me out here? Just tell me. Thanks.
Yes, that sounds good.
It's a robotic nano COVID bot. Connect Enjoy. It's got eyes, really? Well, yeah, I've been worried about those. Yeah, aren't you worried that they'll snake into someplace in your bathroom? And yeah, I'm going, oh wow too. It looks like a flying turd. Yeah. Dave, have Sarah check out what the doctor is saying. What doctor is that?
This doctor in Minnesota, that one?
We already looked at this doctor. Yeah, Sarah, listen to this guy. I'll play it again for you. He's a doctor who says, hey, he's being forced to tell his the families of people that die, even if they die of pneumonia, he's being forced to claim their COVID-19 deaths.
I think is critically important. Can you repeat what you just said, please?
Well, last Friday, I received a 7-page document that sort of told me that if I had an 86-year-old patient that had pneumonia but was never tested for COVID-19, but sometime after she came down with pneumonia, we learned that she had been exposed to her son, who had no symptoms, but later on was identified with COVID-19, that it would be appropriate to diagnose on the death certificate COVID-19. Now, we've not done that. If someone has the pneumonia and it's in the middle of a flu epidemic, and I don't have a test on influenza, I don't diagnose influenza on the death certificate. I will say this elderly patient died of pneumonia.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but my heart is sinking right now as you're telling me this. You're a doctor. Why in the world would they be sending you out information to fill out death certificates, whether the person's been diagnosed with COVID-19 or not, but then to say in the death certificate this person's death was caused by COVID-19? That does not sound right to me.
I went to the person in our office who does most of the death certificates over the last 10, 20 years, and I said, does this sound right? I had her look at the documents that I printed off, and she said, well, we've always been told that you always put down just facts. You don't put down any probabilities. You don't put any presumptions down. It's just what you know. And so this is concerning, and it actually gets to your point, Chris. When we start talking about the data that goes into the modeling, we have to ask ourselves a question. Are we being forthright? Are we sharing with the public? Minnesota, North Dakota, we don't need to be having it sugar-coated. We want to know what's going into your modeling.
So with that being said, why would they want to skew the number of deaths due to COVID-19?
Well, fear is a great way to control people, and I worry about that. I worry that sometimes we're so darn interested in just jazzing up the fear factor.
Yeah, good point. Well, part of me thinks I don't have the same 5G conspiracies or chemtrail conspiracies that David does. But I do have my own thoughts, which is, if there are some people who, my big theory is that it's like if there's additional fear to keep people home longer and it's not related to COVID-19, it's to control it's to kind of do something big to impact climate change. And that's one of the thoughts. So I totally appreciate what you guys are saying about this doctor, and I appreciate the fact that perhaps there's more people being labeled COVID-19 and more people saying, oh, see, now the death rate from COVID-19 is higher than we thought, to try to extend out the closure of businesses and schools. And so the thought is like, what does that, why, what's the benefit? And I don't believe it's so that they can hide the fact that they're installing 5G. I really don't believe that. I don't believe that they're spraying it from the sky. Sorry, Dave. I really don't believe that either. I do believe that they're increasing fear in order to keep people to stay home. And I personally think that it's in order to impact climate change is part of the reason. I mean, there could be, you all could be right. There could be other factors involved. It could be like they just want to see how much they can control people. It could be that they want to move to a digital currency. It could be they want to have a new world order, all that stuff. But I don't really, I think that they are, that does go with the idea that they're increasing this as an excuse to keep people home. Frankie Beans, you want me to do something useful? What exactly do you want me to do that you think is useful? Not that I will do it, but I'll listen to your thought. Thanks, 402. You like my hair tonight. Okay. David does give you enough conspiracies to last a lifetime. That's true. Sorry. I keep feeling like I have to apologize for that, but not to you, but David. Sure, I can give you a virtual hug. Here you go. Here's the shoulder. I need a hug. I'm gonna hug myself. Here, do that so that you feel like I'm hugging you. An adult game I might enjoy when David's not around. Wait, what? All right. Oh, it's a free Steam game? Sounds steamy. I haven't really been into gaming. I agree, slow modes. I think it is, I mean, I think that what if there's layers of truth in everything, you know? What if it is, there really is a virus and it really is deadly? Of course, the flu virus is deadly too, but this is a lot worse insofar that people have to be on intubated. I'm not going to even click on your link, Skid, so you're going to have to ask David that. I'm not banning you or muting you, I'm just not clicking on your link. It wouldn't take that much funding, Connect Enjoy. It would just take a couple of professors, really. I don't think it would be that expensive because the people in the military are getting paid already. They're already there. It's like you have a captive audience, so to speak. Thank you. Sorry, that's why I don't click on links, but usually print screens aren't executable, but whatever. Maybe, asked that DJ. I would agree with that, Misanthropy. I've always kind of felt that authority figures are no better than anyone else. They're all going through life just the same as anyone else. That's why I remember David was discussing how he feels about government or the world in general with a friend, and his friend said, well, I don't really think about that because there's a lot smarter people being that are elected to solve those issues or something like that. And I'm like, you know, I don't really feel like the authority figures are necessarily smarter than I am or smarter than you are. I think they're people and they're doing the best they can with the tools that they have. They might have a few more tools than us, maybe, but maybe not. Wow, Connect Enjoy, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, we have to learn to work out in our isolation rate, Connect Enjoy. I'm not so sure, 402. Do I have that? I don't know. Sorry, Hellfire. I guess I am turning into David. David has a mocking Trump voice and I have a... Anyway. You're working out your brain by listening to David. Pull it apart. Why do they have secret military bases? What are they hiding? I don't know. But maybe they're not hiding anything. maybe they're hiding the fact that they're not hiding anything. I mean, it's kind of like a woman. It's, you know, it's better if I wear a turtleneck and nothing revealing than if I reveal everything, because then you'll realize I'm not hiding anything. And then no, Joe Exotic. Ugh. No way. Yeah, sometimes that's a problem. Maybe that's why I avoided the medical field. I feel I don't have a big ego. I really prefer to not have a big ego. I prefer to be humble. I've never held any political office. I wasn't a popular girl in school, so I never had the courage or whatever to run for office in school. Anyway, no, Skid. Yeah, no, I had much bigger glasses, and I just always felt like a nerd in school. I did have a cool group that I hung out in high school with. The group that I hung out with, the one thing we had in common is that we all took AP classes together. But it was really kind of like an interesting group, because I kind of felt like I guess I was the nerd. I guess that's what I was in the group. I'm like, what was I? Because we had like a cheerleader in our group, a jock in our group, a kind of like a recovering addict in our group, or I don't know, we had like a whole bunch of like interesting little, like there was like the jock's table, there was the cheerleader's table, and our group would go sit and like, we lived in Southern California, so I grew up in Southern California, so it was like, it was a big quad, and it was like a park area, I guess, in our quad. And we would just hang out and eat under a tree. But I don't know, they didn't really ask me to do my homework for them, because even though we were in AP classes, I was still like this and they were like that. I mean, yeah. I remember it was funny because I went to that school for 2.5 years, freshman, sophomore, and then half of my junior year. My dad decided to move halfway through the year. It was kind of crazy, but anyway, like in my sophomore year, we took some of the same classes. It was all AP. I started taking AP classes in my freshman year, and like, oh, I'll give you 2 instances, especially with like English language arts, writing, reading, right? So reading, before we could go, like before we were in our, it wasn't AP, it was honors, and then AP was later on, but it was all honors English. And in our honors English class in our freshman year, the summer before we were allowed in our freshman year, and our freshman teacher was named Mrs. Stonebreaker, and you know, the people that came down to 8th grade were like, Mrs. Stonebreaker, she lives up to her name. No, but she's super sweetheart. But anyway, we had like these books. She gave us a reading list over the summer, and my dad said she also gave like the parents this list of things they wanted to, like supplies she wanted them to buy, and my dad went to like 3 different stores and they couldn't find this one item on the list. And I almost wondered if she did that for a test, but one of the things she had us do was like read books over the summer, and we had to read different books. We had to do like little book reports within like the first week of school. And I think I was the only one that did like all the book reports because most people like enjoyed their summer. I had nothing better to do, so I just read all the books that she said. Maybe not all of them, but whatever. And then maybe I love to read. And then one of the books was Animal Farm, or we were starting. Yeah, we were reading Animal Farm, and then we read it over the summer. It was like, you must read Animal Farm, may read 4 or 5, 3 of the following 10 books. And I did all the reading. And then with Animal Farm, within the first week, we were discussing it, and I was saying, oh, it's kind of like an allegory for the communism, and like I was the only one in the class that like was having that kind of discussion. Yeah, Misanthropy. Yes, I have watched some modern sitcoms. I think when people interact on social media, they kind of become like that. I don't know. I have been interacting on social media a lot since the COVID outbreak, so maybe you can see if I talk less intelligently. Anyway, and then I remember in my sophomore year, I can't remember my teacher's name. She was super nice. I think it was Miss Jackson. I know, Skid, you don't like that, but she was saying that after the first writing assignment that she realized that pretty much nobody in the class knew how to write a proper essay except I did. So have I ever heard anyone offline say JK? We're just kidding. No. I've heard them say LOL. I say LOL sometimes because I'm not a real laugher, so. Skid, do you consider yourself a hot jock? That's why you're sitting there all alone. Yeah. Philadelphia, China rapper and model China Rogers passed away. She was 25. I don't want your pictures. I'm sure you probably look at your own pictures. Maybe you should go and love yourself. Loving yourself, the the beginning of a lifelong romance. Well, you can easily shut me up. You can just close out of the browser, close your tab, go play something, go play football outside with your friends. Have fun with that. Oh, okay. Poor lonely people. No, Rodney, I would not. I would be in a turtleneck for a charity or cause I believed in. Really like turtlenecks for some reason. Maybe it's like, I don't know. Maybe I could get into wearing not turtlenecks, but yeah, that's true. I have a good facial features, I think. But I would think that, you know, some people are like, that's why the jocks didn't like you, because you talk about academics. I'm like, but I think I have all of it. I've got the brains as well, which I think is good. But sometimes I'm sure it's not good, because I guess maybe guys don't want someone that's more intelligent than them or intellectual. I don't know. Talk about sports. I did learn how to play football in I remember when I was in like middle school, I had a really good PE teacher and we were playing flag football, and that was pretty cool. I'm not a big sports person. I don't really play, and I really liked playing tennis when I was in high school. I really did enjoy tennis a lot. I probably would have joined the if they had a tennis team, I probably would have tried out, but they didn't. It was just like one unit in PE. It's okay, 402, thank you. I know, always classy. Flag football isn't really football. Well, you're right about that. But I do know, like, there was different plays that we had to memorize, like the hook, and always run toward an empty spot and be ready to catch the ball. You're good at basketball and football. I was okay at, I liked volleyball a little bit. I really enjoyed playing tennis. Really enjoyed playing tennis. Football has become to not the males playing it. What happened? Oh, female owners happened. You love watching beautiful women play volleyball on the beach, yeah. We were talking about American football. I played American flag football. Yeah, I wasn't really good at softball or baseball, that's true. My sister is a good volleyball player. She was like on a volleyball team. 402 enjoyed football, basketball, baseball, kickball in junior high. I did enjoy kickball too. Yeah, soccer. I coached a little bit of soccer. I just thought they needed like a warm body to coach, and anyway, it was okay. No, not dodgeball. I mean, I played dodgeball, but I didn't like it. Yes, tetherball. That was a fun one. You think the only civilized thing to come out of California was roller derby? They have a roller derby team up here. Yeah, tetherball in elementary school. That was definitely, yeah, that was definitely some fun times. David says sometimes like he knows I'm not into sports, and it's true. I really am not, but I've gone to football games and I've know the game enough to watch, and and basketball too. Cool. Yeah, you made green eggs and ham in elementary for Dr. Seuss Day. Yeah, they sometimes serve that for Dr. Seuss Day. Trump administration says frontline workers can go back to work sooner after virus exposure. Chess. Yes, I did play chess in junior high as well. I was actually also part of the math club. Pat ball, or my brother called it wall ball, throwing the tennis ball against the wall with your hand. Yeah. They're claiming that the U.S. coronavirus outbreak is killing an American every 45 seconds. Killing or infecting? I could imagine infecting, but not killing. Yes, I was part. Yeah, I did a little bit of audio visual too. I did a little news channel stuff in one of my schools. So yeah, a little bit. Human Health and Services says the strategic national stockpile of Corona N95 masks they're nearly out of that. Yeah, you're right, Zellfire. It is pretty funny. I was also in drama. Maybe I was a drama person. I was in drama club a little bit. A little bit, but not really. I couldn't afford to be in all the clubs. That was the big thing. Interesting, Cranky Beans. I am doing excellent. How are you? Yeah, I'm healthy.
Today,
They might announce as soon as Wednesday. Well, a Wednesday's today. Yeah. So they're saying that people who are exposed to someone infected could be allowed back to work if they are asymptomatic, test their temperature twice a day, and wear a face mask. They are considering drafting this policy, CDC policy. Trump wants stabilization. He thinks there's some stabilization in infection rates, and he's looking toward rolling back some of the restrictive social distancing guidelines and restarting the nation's stalled economy. David, he might be listening to you. The CDC has done recommendations that ease self-isolation requirements for frontline medical workers who have been exposed to the virus. They can return to work after 14 days if they're asymptomatic. As long as with a mask and temperature checks. Forplewhite is very upset. He says he wants to see, he thinks Corona is a hoax and he supports his wife. 4 adult children and 5 grandchildren. You support your 4 adult children. They don't work to support you. Thanks, Meta Nemesis. I was just about to do that. I appreciate you. Nobody's allowed to work. Oh, you're the only one out of your 4 adult children and your grandchildren. You're the only one with an income. Wow. So sorry. Yeah, I understand your point of view, Forplewhite. You hear David microwaving and you think it's your microwave. We have nothing against microwaves. David's against 5G and vaccines and chemtrails. True, 402. Yes, David does walk away from a microwave when using one. I have no idea what's with the honeycomb pattern on your foil. Maybe it's just the factory where it was made. All right, here's David back.
Thank you, Vorpalbite. We appreciate your concerns. You really represent a broad section of our country right now. He says, I'm the only one with income. I'm ready to revolt against this government and president. Yeah, I know. I hear you. And this is a revolution. It's an online revolution. If any one of us goes out and risks our lives, it'll only lead to unfortunate bloodshed, unfortunately, for everyone involved at this point. But I totally understand your anger. We're trying to do this through a political battle, if we can, during this election. But everyone has free will in this world. Every one of you has the ability to choose what is right for you. And I don't want to in any way influence any of you into doing something you don't want to do. If you don't want to build this third party with me, then that's your choice. I can't help you beyond that. I hear you. It's terrible. Trump is putting our country, hijacking our economy for no reason. There's no precedent for this. It's bizarre. And where he said, you should have told me about this, it's a live exercise. What? I don't get that at all. Do you? It's a live exercise? What is a live exercise? I don't understand what they're talking about. Why would they conduct a live exercise over our country's future? How can a president be such a nincompoop? Boris Johnson is in the hospital for the second time fighting the coronavirus. He went back in again. You can't really get ahead of this until you kick it and stay healthy. Right, so what people think a killer clown looks like and what one really looks like. I know, lock down the world over a flu, what? This is the biggest hijack of every economy in the world right now, folks. If you're watching me from out in the middle of Nairobi, Nigeria, we're all in this matrix together, unfortunately. It's terrible. I'm not cooking anything. I'm not making anything tomorrow. I'm going to teach everybody austerity by not doing a cooking show. Yeah. Well, I'm doing so much more. I've got 14-hour shows going every night. And there's only so many of me, you know. Rumor on Twitter is that Rudy Giuliani bought $2 million with Novartis stock in February. One of the main manufacturers of the malaria drug. Right. No wonder why Trump is pushing the drug. Right. His friend Rudy stands to make a lot of money on it. Yeah, exactly. He's pushing Novartis. Good point, Hugo Wego. As you know, Rodney, I don't need a portfolio. Unlike you, I'm not one of those people that needs to worry about money. Live at large, man. Live at large. Yeah, well, my Twitter account was pretty much shunned way back in 2009. For 11 years, I've had Twitter. I've been shadow banned on Twitter. We got 1,000 support followers, and then it stopped right there. It was like going like that, and then stop. We don't want a third party. Clink. My subscriber counts were going way up to 1,000 on YouTube. Up, stop. And that 10 years ago, they stopped me there. I have the same number of subscribers on YouTube, too. I don't know, where do you want to move? I'm thinking I'm liking Sweden. If our country is going to be this way, I mean, maybe I'd take my chances and get on a plane before the vaccination push and move to Sweden. But I have a feeling they're going to try to push vaccines on their own people, too. Vi då också ha vaccina. Vi då också ha vaccina. Mark Vaughn is nothing more than a greedy guy. He didn't design an anti-spawn algorithm. He's just simply hitting me from all sides. I'm still growing. What you scumbags don't understand, and I'm going to remove you from the room because you're such a scumbag, is Mark is just throwing all kinds of wrenches at a freight train going forward, trying to fix America's problems. And that's me. I'm the freight train. I'm a logical powerhouse, bundled with immense amounts of information and energy and vigor and youth and fruit enzyme spray. And no matter how hard you try, you're only promoting me, ironically. Now, as word of mouth spreads that I'm censored heavily, and it is spreading around the world, and we're trying to fix this problem, you encountered the worst possible nightmare you ever ran into. You see, I am the yin to the evil yang that is dragging our world down. I am the veritable pinpoint of energy focused on fixing the problem and stopping the forced vaccination plan, helping our country rebound from all the terrible air pollution that the industrialization has caused us and water pollution. I'm here to fix this problem, and these people want to pull the rug out from under our feet right now. This is what we have to go back to. No more genetically modified food if it affects the genome. Being the human species is the key here, and survival is the key, not depopulation. That's where it's all off. This is all wrong. The rich people are so brain dead that they listen to a computer answer a simple question. What happens when the earth is too populated and there's not enough resources? And the answer is, and the answer is, and the answer is depopulation. Unfortunately. And the only way around that is to filter the air, filter the water, and end the chemtrails, which is creating the very climate change you Democrats think is happening. Oh, it's carbon, it's flatulence from cows, that's terrible. No, it's heavy metals from chemtrails, you idiots. Wake up! And the GMOs, they're designed to cause you to be sterile. Genetically modified corn, which was studied by Dr. Seralini, created tumors in rats after 3 months of testing. And you're saying, well, why did Monsanto Bayer do that? They only did 0 to 3 months. They noticed that everything was fine. But Dr. Seralini, the Italian scientist, did the study, and Dow Chemical and Monsanto went ape crap. They sued him. He sued back. They stopped him from actually publishing, and then he got them to publish again. But hey, you want to be this little rat in a cage? Because this is who you are right now if you keep going on the path you're on. Now, if you abuse GMOs for 30 years, this could happen based on the rat studies. Oh, yeah. So look at your future. This is how we Americans are right now. We're not free and democratic. We're just little rats developing tumors. This is our future if we continue look at your brother and sister. That's what's happening in America. We're all being poisoned by this insanity, genetically modified food, and it's designed to make us sterile and cause cancer. Oh, but that's not enough. They then want to stick you with a needle, saying, oh, it's the only way to stop this virus. This virus is mutating. It's mutated already 40 plus times. It's got variants. You can't build a vaccine for something that's always mutating. Duh. Bill Gates is not a scientist. He's a billionaire who inherited his money from his dad and mom. Don't listen to that freak. Listen to what I'm saying, because what I'm saying has merit. You can think clearly when I talk. He wants to say this is off the table. No, vaccines are off the table, buddy. Forced vaccinations of our people are off the table. You can't do that. It's a violation of the Fourth Amendment, and you're living in America now, Bill. I don't know what world you're living in, but you better hide in your bunker. No threats. The American people are aware of your relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. And we know all about the pedophile that was arrested at the Bill Gates residence in 2013. Oh, it didn't pass our radar is on it right now. We can look at it. Bill Gates. That's weird. There it is. Enter the Matrix. You're now about to enter the secret cabal world, where they control people like Bill Gates using things like this. Bill Gates on Epstein's jet same year. As an engineer, his chief engineer, who handled all of his video photography and everything on his hard drive, is found to have 6,500 pieces of child porn. Now, we don't have the guy's physical appearance yet, but I need to look that up. But yeah, Bill Gates was on this at the same time. He was on the jet with Epstein at the same time. That was one of his arrest records. One of his, Bill Gates was arrested at one point, absolutely.
And I'm continuing my deep dives here into the Jeffrey Epstein epic web of likely criminal activity amongst so many different people, and I'm going to be putting together a pretty substantial release on that.
So we're looking into the Lolita Express now, and I say focus on Bill Gates because he's the center of the ID 2020 plan, and we need to get the truth on him. So let's get the media rolling, folks. Let's start rolling it up against Bill Gates and find out what the hell's going on. I just want to know if he's being pressured by somebody to do this, because nobody in their right mind would do this. Yeah, especially since, here's the link, by the way, if you guys want to look at it. Especially since he's pushing an ID 2020 vaccine program, forced vaccination program. We need to turn the jets up on an investigation into Bill Gates. It's just not enough for the media to do it. Now Twitter has to take off with this. Speaking of Twitter, yeah, I just tweeted a really important thing. There's a hashtag that many of you guys who have pictures of your home or area where your hospital is. If you could drive around your hospital, you can hashtag this and upload any pictures, still frames, or even videos, short videos, to film, hashtag film your hospital. And that's spreading out there, and people are getting more and more pictures of hospitals that are empty right now. They're lying about the COVID tests. We showed you that time and time again. We even showed you how Miss Dr. Birx is so oblivious to the fact that she even admitted publicly that she's purposely calling anyone that dies a COVID victim right now, and has for February and March. She thinks that's a great thing that we have that ability to put that on the form. I mean, this woman is out of her gourd. She's stupid beyond belief. She nearly destroyed Walter Reed Hospital when she left. We need to get somebody who worked with Dr. Birx to talk about her. Give a little dirt on Dr. Birx, see if she really was as incompetent as we think she is. What is your Twitter handle? What an idiotic statement. What do you think this is? Seriously. Are you brain dead? What's wrong with your head, man? So yes, film your hospital. It's totally legal to do. You can go drive by your hospital. It's going to be an empty parking lot. I just got news for you. So they're pitching a way of controlling our country by claiming we have a massive massive virus spreading, and people are dying. And I know people who are mentally retarded. I do, that actually believe this. I do know that people are listening to mainstream media and going, "It's terrible. We saw bodies." Well, did you see real bodies? Well, there's plastic. They're white. There's white covering over them. Well, how do you know they're bodies? They could be body pillows. You know, they could be like Spooner pillows wrapped with plastic. How do you know they're bodies? How do you know that? Well, you can go to Amazon.com and get a body pillow, you know, wrap it in plastic. Yeah, you know any retards? Well, I know a few. I try to be kind to everybody. I talk to retarded people, and even, you know, you. Yeah, I mean, you could buy body pillows online that will make it look just like a body. Carl who? Target suit, you're making that up, you know that. You guys try to milk Sarah for any information you can and get that information. Once you have it, you're like, oh, I've got something I'm using. It's David. Yeah, you can get these for your body. They're really reasonable right now. I think you can order them online. You can even wipe your ass with them, but they're not disposable. So that's the problem. Yeah, totally sexy body pillow. You ladies want to get to know, you know, your future boyfriend? You're looking at him. Mr. Body Pillow. You know, I was hoping that I'd be broadcast in Times Square, but nobody's watching me except a couple of cops down there. Hey, Pete, how you doing? I see you down there. I know you got your nightstick and you think you're doing the right thing, but you're actually following the New World Order. Yeah, the population's going to turn on all you people. Do you think you got them outnumbered? What are you kidding? You see Facebook last night? I saw a fight in New York. It's terrible. Yeah, those are serious body pillows. You could easily wrap these up and put them in plastic bags, and you definitely would think that they're bodies. Oh, you could see a stack of body pillows and whoa. Am I giving these people too many ideas? They might have, hey, that's not a bad idea. We should put body pillows in the truck and wrap them in plastic. David's right. The Times Square feed is awesome. Am I on it? Thank you. Thank you for bringing me to the Times Square, but nobody's watching, so. No, Rodney, you just have endless names that you just like to ban. It's amazing. Censored from your toilet. A pandemic, heads up. Okay. Your toilet decided to talk back. And it said, I don't think this is real.
This is an article that came out last month, March 27th, by the 10th Amendment Center. Suspending the Constitution, police state uses crisis to expand its lockdown powers. And here's a quote from The Handmaid's Tale by Margaret Atwood. That was when they suspend the Constitution. They said it would be temporary. There wasn't even any rioting in the streets. People stayed home at night, watching television, looking for some direction. There wasn't even an enemy you could put your finger on. And doesn't that perfectly describe what's happening now? Of course, the suspending of the Constitution happened a long time ago. As a matter of fact, it happened in 1933, when the Trading with the Enemies Act was amended. The Constitution no longer applies because we are in a state of emergency.
Well, I like to think the Constitution applies, but I know he thinks it doesn't, and I know William Barr thinks it doesn't, so unfortunately for all those people, we do have to have an election. Governor in Wisconsin just tried to stop the election. I don't know what happened in that race. I'm not really that concerned, but he tried to stop the election saying, oh, we can't have an election during a terrible viral outbreak. No, you can't, and the Supreme Court said no, you can't stop the election process. So we'll all have an opportunity to write my name in the upcoming election. Yeah, I'm a registered federal write-in candidate. No state can stop me. No state can say, oh, we don't qualify him because he's not registered with our state. They'll be in federal violation of my rights to equal protection under the law. I should have the same access as Joe Biden, as Donald Trump to the electoral process. And many of you should too. We all should have equal access. Anybody should have a right in access. Okay, so, yeah, we do have a lot of stuff to talk about, but unfortunately for me, I'm overwhelmed. I'm just being honest. Yeah, we've got all kinds of things in the lineup tonight. It's been nonstop news, even worse than the impeachment. I thought this was going to be, a slow season. Yeah, let's see what we got in the lineup rolling around here. Today we talked about this guy. He's very good. He opened up our mind to the possibility that we're being, of course, lied to statistically, because the coronavirus is no more than a 0.1% death rate based on China's and Russia's stats. So why do we shut our country down exactly when the death rate's at 0.1%? More information about how you can cover your smart meter. This guy happens to sell these meters. I don't really care what he does. You can make your own smart meter or cover for your Wi-Fi transponder in your house, which I did. I just took aluminum wiring for screening material you can get at Ace Hardware and roll it around. I'm thinking of getting some, in fact, just to have on hand. You build a cage around it, completely covering it, but you can breathe through it. I mean, and it can still send a signal out, but it won't in any way put out a lot of field radiation. There's no limiters on what we have right now. And this is a real eye-opener. This is awful facts about the WHO's Tedros Adhanom. Rebel News.
Agile states in hard-to-reach settings, but with very little clarity on the WHO mission in terms of the development agenda. So how can we translate your views in terms of a development candidate? Thank you.
Listen to this.
Sorry, but the question is not clear. Can you clarify, if I may ask? Sorry.
All they wanted to know is how can you be a development candidate? How are you going to help development of third world nations evolve and work toward better programs? He didn't even understand the question, not once but twice.
How can you better explain your claim of being a candidate from the South, a development agenda candidate?
When you say candidate, linking it to sustainable development goals?
I would like to ask you which...
Linking it to sustainable development goals? I mean, that's not an answer. He was put in power, this man, by the Chinese. They rigged the vote in the World Health Organization, and now they purposely ignored Taiwan and their statements that there was a definite human-to-human contact with this virus 2 weeks before the world knew. And they even denied it. For January 14th, they're on record, even on Twitter, of the World Health Organization denying human-to-human contact when Taiwan told them January 1st that this was possible. And they still won't even acknowledge Taiwan as a country. Now, that is not a World Health Organization. That is a criminal agency, and this man needs to be prosecuted in the crime at The Hague for crimes against humanity, because people have died as a result of his unbelievable incompetence. Now, he came from a corrupt, dangerous nation. He was put in power by the Chinese government, and our president is going, "Oh, I like Xi Jinping. We had a great conversation." What do you talk about? "Well, I like fried rice, and General Chow's chicken is very good." No, I mean, seriously, Donald, did you talk to Xi Jinping about why they delayed release of information 2 months to the world that could have prepared all of us? "Well, no, I mean, I prefer the fortune cookies, actually. They're very soft, and well, and you could actually get the chicken stir-fried with..." I mean, he doesn't talk about anything with Xi Jinping. Did you talk about the trade talks? Maybe lowering the trade tariffs? "No, he didn't ask me about them at all." Mike, do you have 4 million test kits or what? I mean, I thought we talked about the test kits last week. This guy's insane. He's so out of it, it's beyond belief. So of course he didn't call this man out as a corrupt hand, a demon appointed by the world, appointed by China to implement some sort of a weird ecological hit on our country. And of course, Donald Trump, being owned by Russia, has put us in a very vulnerable position. Need I go back to the domination room of the New World Order? You remember this? Oh yeah. Let me get through it. It's hard to let me move this. It's hard to get through the mire of insanity that we've already exposed with the impeachment trial, but I can barely even see myself now through this haze of insanity. We never got any audio tapes of him and Vladimir Putin. He's never presented any of his IRS returns which show that there is a Russian oligarch connection. Donald Trump was financed by the Russians. He never imposed Russian sanctions to speak of, except to somebody who was going to sue us back for damages, Deripaska, the very man accused of altering our entire election process. Yeah, is this bothering you? He attacked all the witnesses that were up there. "Oh, I don't like that person. He's a very bad person. Oh, she's a terrible person. Oh, yeah. Oh, that guy was terrible." Every one of those 17 witnesses said there was quid pro quo. We know for a fact that there was Russian hacking and interference in the election. We know that. So I'll put it down here so I can talk. The head of the WHO was a Marxist in Kenya, and he covered up 3 cholera outbreaks. Thank you, Vorpalbite. Exactly, and the globalists are making their play right now. That's right. Collapse the global economic system and install their cashless society. Absolutely. Now, we as a nation can stop them because we have the power. Believe it or not.
We have been at war with one thing or another ever since then. Have there been any official declarations of war which Congress is supposed to do to give permission to enter into war? No, this is yet another restriction that they transgress all the time.
Well, suspending the Constitution to a police state and not have an actual war going on and claiming we have a war against an invisible enemy that doesn't exist.
We have before us here, ladies and gentlemen, a completely lawless absolutely out of control, lunatic, psychopath, mass murdering corporation calling itself a government.
Thank you. You're awesome. We're going to be listening from him, censored from You Toilet, a Plandemic Heads Up tonight. Thank you for that link. Everybody's perspective is important. Donald Trump has disrespected our NATO allies, and he turned on NATO, which put everything out of balance and makes a lot of our European trading partners wonder who the hell he's supporting. Is he in favor of China and Russia? That leads us to believe he's working with China and Russia and the New World Order. He'd do everything right now to stop Ukraine. He even cut off supplies. They wanted $30 million. They paid for $30 million in ordnance, and Trump hasn't even shipped it to them. And they're fighting a battle against Russia right now. Well, that's off the book right now. We're not. He's still screwing with Venezuela. He's set up a blockade around Maduro's government, and they're ready to poison at any time. And I don't know if Donald Trump and Russia are working together on that one. I really don't. And he abandoned Syria and airstrips that we had built and gave it to Russia. He started a war with Iran that helps the Russia's economy because they can buy S-300s, S-400s, whatever, making a bigger problem for America. And of course, his big goal has always been to raise the price of oil, but that kind of backfired in this whole process. Prince MBS is having problems in that area. As soon as Donald Trump initiated the, quote, live exercise, oh, you should have told us about that. As soon as he did that, we're basically not really, solving problems here. And as far as the trade war with China, that's still in a terrible situation. China's being used, Russia's being used for the profit of certain globalists who are financially interested, but only financially. They would rather let everybody on Earth starve to death while they live in an underground bunker right now watching, The Golden Girls. That's a great show. Hello, Peter. Enjoying the vodka gimlet? Watching the Golden Girls? They think it's funny. Yeah, it's Christmas for me, every day. David, people in New York City and cops going crazy after a police officer punches a girl in the face. We saw that last night, or I did. I reviewed the tape, thank you. It's from Facebook. Let's take a look at this. Anyway, I'm leaving the deep state room for a while. Thank you.
Why the tape?
Okay, let's take a look at that. This is pretty horrific, so if you don't like seeing violence, you may want to cover your eyes.
Some fools.
Because that robbery, nigga.
Why robbery? When?
What this thing? Oh, that's for a bag of weed.
I'm recording this shit.
Yeah, they shot dead.
Yo! What the fuck? What the fuck was that shit about? Oh shit! Holy shit! Run! Yo!
Niggas putting females in the face. Y'all niggas wild.
Yeah! That's a female! You see the female! You see the female! Nigga, look, he gonna buy this fucking over child! Fucking over child!
Look at they're treating this woman. Look at this.
Yo, that's a female! That's a female! Yo, this is the fucking states of it. I ain't got no parole. I don't give a fuck about it. Away.
Okay, I don't know exactly where the woman gets hit in the face, but I really don't want to see it. I've seen enough, thank you. Yeah, I watched, yeah. Police did everything wrong. Everything wrong. Oh, yeah. First of all, they need to have a much more hands-off approach to crime. Whatever they stole can't be, it can't warrant the abuse of a female. Yeah. Hitting a woman in the face by an officer is all wrong, Paul. Yeah. Anytime new technology is introduced, there are those that warn about the dangers of it, while others say they would never use it for that. And turns out those that have been saying not to worry are being constantly proven wrong. Yeah, we've been talking about dangers. This man is in jail. The cop is good. I hope so. I hope they arrest more cops like that. Look, you don't hit a female or a male. There's no reason to hit any one of them in the face. That's improper police procedure. To strike one of the people who you're trying to take down is not proper police procedure. What the hell? You don't know that? Now, according to Trump, you can hit him in the head if you get in the back of a seat of a squad car. I don't think so. I don't know. The tech Bill Gates wants is? Yeah, I know. Well, that's what we're saying. The vaccines are not safe, and Bill Gates wants to introduce and force vaccinations upon the American people. There's no reason to do that. And yes, the Swedish model is working for America, and she'll be dancing for you later tonight. If we get back to work in America, like the Swedish are doing in their home country, even with a mixed culture of immigrants, they're doing better than we are. So the Swedish model is working. Get back to work, Donald. Hurry before our economy collapses. You've got about 1 week before it's over for you. The entire presidency of Donald Trump will be remembered as a nightmare. Now, you can make a couple good decisions right now, and I know you're watching me. You can pick me as your vice president, try to hold it together while you're managing the country. I'll do everything I can to give you the assistance you need through this process. But Mike Pence he's a nut. He's basically, they're only using him to leverage against anything he does. They got dirt on Mike Pence. A lot of dirt. Stuff that he hid when he was a governor of Indiana. So if you don't make a decision now to do the right thing and get us back to work, my best recommendation is get us back to work, first of all, and then make me the vice president. Then we'll see a better future for America. Otherwise, you're pointing us in the wrong direction, man. And if you really think this is your legacy, it's going to go down in history as you're going to be up there with Adolf Hitler. I mean it. Will be Donald Trump and Adolf Hitler right next to each other in the annals of time. Or I should say the annals of time. Yeah, so people are pissed off. If you keep them out of work 1 more week, that's about all they can handle. Yeah, I mean, I can see 1 month. We're 25 days into this right now. Okay, this is day 25 of the 14-hour broadcast. So I'm counting each day. We can go about a month to lower the curve. I don't even understand what you're saying. There is no precedent in the entire history of mankind to stop an economy of our size, especially in lieu of the fact that you're still letting infected planes come into the country. Yeah. Look at Flight 24 radar and look at all the flights that are coming to the country, and Donald Trump said he'd stop them from coming into the country. I could book a flight right now from Shanghai or Hong Kong and go to Los Angeles. Cuomo, oh my God, Cuomo just said he wasn't going to legalize marijuana in the state of New York. I mean, what's a guy, while I look for planes, why don't I get Andrew Cuomo out here and we can talk about him? Yeah, boy, what a two-faced liar he turned out to be. Whew. Oh, by the way, Bill Gates didn't want to vaccinate his kids. Yeah, a little known story about Bill Gates. He wants to vaccinate all of you. He also wants to get rid of the population. Put those two together and then realize he didn't vaccinate his own kids, and you got a real devilish plan. I don't know what they paid Andrew Cuomo to do this and fake all the New York deaths that they're claiming are just horrendous. But whatever got him to do that is really quite disturbing. By the way, we'll pick up at the end of the show, we'll start with that UN guy and show you the whole story about the communist that's controlling the World Health Organization, rather. Yeah, he's just messed up. China put him in power. Yeah, Andrew Cuomo has a problem. I mean, won't legalize marijuana yet. Yeah, has nipple rings. I mean, seriously, what's going on here? A guy who doesn't want to legalize marijuana but has nipple rings. I'm a little confused. I mean, I thought he was a liberal. What's with those nipple rings? Yeah, they're definitely nipple rings. The look of nipple rings is on his body, and he has nipple rings. So if he doesn't want to have a legalization of marijuana, yet he wants to openly wear nipple rings, I see a direct conflict with the Democratic Party. I mean, what the hell? Who in the world would say no to legalization of marijuana, but yes to nipple rings? I don't know. It just doesn't seem like it would fit. We don't need to eradicate the caliphate. We got the New World Order to deal with. They created the caliphate, inventor Jim. Seriously, you're still hung up on eradicating the caliphate? And you think you're a genius? Oh my God. Dude, that was a complete psyops the CIA created. In 2010, they even admitted to doing green screen work. Remember all those people with their green screen beheadings, and they were all oversized giants walking around? That was all a CIA operation just to make sure that you thought that the war against terror would continue after Osama bin Laden was allegedly killed. Wow, the lies just get bigger and bigger. I'm carrying us. That's right, Hugo, you go. All I'm saying is if you can't look at a legalization of marijuana, yet you want to walk around with nipple rings, there's something very disjointed. I mean, how could he even call himself a Democrat? It's more like a Democrat or some sort of a kinky S&M guy. I don't know, man. I'm beginning to wonder if he isn't like under the control of a dominatrix Luciferian witch. I mean, you got to wonder. I will do what you say. Yes, yes, madam. Don't whip me anymore. I mean, what the hell? Nipple rings? Come on. What the hell, people? Maybe for you it's Sodom and Gomorrah, but for me, we're going down the New World Order drain. Wake up! Colorado Republicans pass anti-vaccine resolutions as coronavirus continues to spread. Yay! Good job. I'm finally getting some good Republican activity. Just get rid of the screen. Look at that. You can't even X out of it. Well, yeah, nothing like a story. Yeah, Times Recorder reports a resolution in Adams County that condemned any form of mass vaccination. Passed 58 to 19 in favor, Republicans. Thank you, Republicans in and around Adams County. Yay! Well, at least Colorado's liberals are starting, even the Republicans are starting to make sense. Thank you. Okay, let's take a look. We're going to zoom in on some of the flights here and see what they are. Yeah, Donald Trump has been letting planes in and out of the country, left and right. We'll see if we can spot one. Maybe I get lucky. Lihu. Whoa, Lihu. Where is Lihu? Airport designation. Luxembourg? I'm guessing. It's the primary island of Kauai. Oh, okay. Well, okay, we can do a little Kauai to Seattle. I mean, assuming you want to, cross-contaminate your friends here in Seattle with your Hawaiian Corona. We do the Corona, do the coconut, rub it all over. Okay, we got Shanghai to LA. Oh, yeah. Oh, well, that's a nice little, what is that, a cargo plane? Ooh, that's weird. Holy moly, what the hell is that? It's a Boeing 747 stealth vehicle. Holy moly, I ran into something weird, folks. That is weird. Check that out. Man. Flight 747, it's a passenger plane. It's heading straight for LA. Man, that's an unmarked 747. And according to this, it's called Atlas Air. Huh. Let's see what Atlas Air ships. It's a cargo airline, passenger charter airline. We don't know what the hell's in that thing. Look at that. That could have lots of all kinds of illegal national Chinese landing right now in LA. We could be under attack and we wouldn't even know it. Look at that. Not Atlas Shrugged. Thank you, Ayn Rand. Well, inventor Jim Genius, I'm more concerned about the Chinese planes filled with infected Chinese. How do we know that Donald Trump has been such a good friend with Xi Jinping and accomplished absolutely nothing diplomatically? Right. It's indicative of one of two things. Either Donald Trump knows nothing, which is more like it. You should have told us this is a live exercise. You should have told us. We should have known. You should have known. The fact of the matter is Donald Trump isn't capable enough to lead us out of this crisis. He's not smart enough. He's not informed enough. He's not empathetic enough. He's not equipped to deal with something like this, and Americans are suffering more because of it. It's true, folks. This man is an imbecile. He's allowing flights from China into our country. What the hell? This could be filled with Wuhan evacuees that are all infected. How do we know that China is altering the numbers of infected people coming in? They claim that, very little people are infected. Well, no, they're not in Wuhan anymore. They're on this jet, people. Look at this. Look at this. This is unbelievable. Flight PAC 716. Pacific Alpha Charlie 716. Roger Telenier. Approach to Los Angeles. Unmarked 747. Intercept. Identity forward to FAA. Passing on to higher level intelligence. Deep. Yeah, we're in a serious situation. We got ourselves a stealth 747 filled with whatever. I wouldn't want to be in LA right now when that thing unloads. Holy crap. Oh my God. This is one of those oh my God moments. I ran into a stealth 747 from Shanghai. What the hell? Lucky me. It's my lucky day. David, do you think we'd be able to stop the Chinese if they were dumping off their sick? At this point, we could deal with it, but we're not going to be able to stop them. I mean, how do we know this is not an attack on our country? Look what they've done to our economy. Come on, people. Your president is asleep at the switch. We don't need to shut down our economy to deal with a mild virus, according to Dr. Fauci. Yeah, Dr. Fauci actually is on record, saying this is not a big problem. We had his document yesterday. We had a lot of things yesterday. We covered Dr. Fauci's statement in the New England Journal of Medicine a week and a half ago. I think it was March 26th. He wrote that this was no worse than a severe seasonal influenza. I'm quoting him, right? No worse than a severe seasonal influenza with a death rate of 0.1%. Yet we shut our whole country down? Something's not right here, folks. We're in trouble because we got a potential bioweapon in the form of unmarked 747s from Shanghai arriving in Los Angeles in about 13 minutes. When's its arrival time? 12:19 midnight, it's arriving from Shanghai. I would be alerting the authorities, but unfortunately I don't have the ability to actually get through to anybody of importance. Every time I call the FBI, they refuse to return my calls, so I doubt the FAA would listen to me. I'm telling the world, this flight's coming in at 12:19. We don't know what the hell's on it from Shanghai. No, please don't. Dr. Fauci has a thing for Hillary Clinton. Stormy? I don't know Kanye West, man. I told you that. We're out close, man. I'm not alpha. I'm not bipolar. I don't hang with Kanye. Unlike Trump, I don't hang with Kanye. David, Wuhan wants to continue to send their trade students starting this Monday. You're kidding me, right? No, seriously, you should call National Security because I can't get through. I tried dialing them and I get a busy signal. Well, I'm just pointing out an airline that's stealth coming from Shanghai that's not carrying cargo necessarily. It's a contracted charter 747. God knows what's on that plane. Ah! Are you serious? Conway's going to be on Joel Osteen's Easter service worshiping Satan? That's terrible. I'm sorry to hear that. You all know that Joel is worshiping dark forces. I hope you realize that. Just like that other guy. The guy who can't cope, Pastor Copeland. He said a prayer against the virus. He should have said a prayer against rich, incredibly greedy people. And then it would have gone back and haunted him forever. I hereby cast you into hell. And then all of a sudden he starts descending into hell. I know. Hey, by the way, we have a sampling of hell at Cool Rock. Yeah, coolrock.com is our place to, kind of get people together. If you want to get the site, go to dissenter.com and get the browser. Dissenter.com works like a gem. But coolrock.com, if you're having problems getting in, just go to dissenter.com and it'll get you right in. Dissenter does a lot of screening against cryptocurrency, so they don't send all those bells and whistles at you like other sites are doing right now. You get a free browser at dissenter.com. I'm not making any money with them. I just think it's the best browser out there. I've tried it, and it's really good against cryptocurrency mining. It stops that. Yeah. We also have private email opportunities here. All this is free at Cool Rock. It's fun, free, and private. And you can watch our show in real time if you activate your Flash player here. We haven't yet figured out how to stick an HTML5 script into this page, but we'll figure it out eventually. Lots of great links too. And if you want to see good movies tonight and see any in our lineup, I do have them in my my lineup. My playlist is new 2004, meaning 2020 and the 4th month. So if you go to playlist 2004, all you'd have to do is go to the top of this page to get any of the videos you saw tonight. Click on the YouTube channel right here, that button, and that takes us to our YouTube channel, and you can look up our most recent videos.
I'm David John Sponheim. I'm America's write-in presidential candidate for 2008. I believe this country can change for the better. I believe we can be less reliant on foreign oil, and I also believe we can build an environmental technology industry in America that will employ thousands, if not millions of people. So please, check us out at americasthirdparty.com and see how you can make a difference in America, even if you're an average American like me. I'm David.
So that's like my pitch. I still roll it out. It's really old, but it happens to be the lead on there. I guess you have to go to my playlist right here.
Police are apparently arresting a dad for throwing up.
Okay, you go to my playlist and you'll see all our different playlists here. Yeah, we got a lot. 2004 is this playlist right here. It's pretty interesting. All right. As far as Cool Rock is concerned, I've got utilities you can have fun with, play lots of stuff. Somebody just said, thanks so much for your candidacy. That's so nice. Play with a drum machine, hit the interactive playing with a computer. There you go, it responded. And, I've got a little card thing. You can shuffle the cards, pick a card, any card, and see if it's red or black. There you go. Pick a card. I'm going to say red, 7 of diamonds. I got red, 5 of hearts. That's not bad. If you could pick the color, you're working on your psychic abilities. That's fun to play with. You can pick a gong, any kind of gong. You could get the hoppy drum here. Fun stuff. And then we got down below a doodle, almost doodle wonderland. You can play all kinds of special effects and you play around. Yeah, you can even make music with art. Or you can just go where you're headed. Some of you trolls who are hitting our show are often wondering where you're going. So we have a little place dedicated to you on Cool Rock. This was the incinerator where all of you people are going to burn in hell that are doing this to mankind. Everyone who's watching this show who worships Lucifer and lives in an underground cavern right now thinking they can do this to mankind, this is your future, and this is who you're worshiping. That's the devil in your mind, right? You won't have any access to heaven. You will be locked out. You'll never get to heaven. You'll never experiencing the higher levels of consciousness that people in heaven experience, because you're going to be worshiping Satan for eternity and burning in hell. So if you really think you can hang out in our show and just crash on us every night, well, I explain to you that we're screwed if we don't stop these people right now in America, and you keep trying to attack my show, you're basically, your fate is sealed in the darkest world possible, hell. And if Donald Trump thinks he can say, oh, I stopped all travel from Shanghai, all travel from China, and here is an unmarked 747 headed straight for our country and landing at 12:19 tonight in LAX. And you think you can pitch your COVID ID 2020 thing with a guy who's got pedophile allegations against him? I don't know where you people get off, but we got this whole thing figured out, and we have exposed the darkest corners of your sick, sinister plan, and believe me, every one of you will be prosecuted, including the shill, Bill Gates. If he turns out to have what I think he has on him, he'll be spending the rest of his life in prison. If he's lucky, because we'll be looking at a war crimes tribunal like the one of Nuremberg as to what's going on right now and how our economy is being hijacked. Donald, if you're listening, the Swedish model is working. Get America back to work, okay? Now let's take a look at one situation. I gotta see this. Man handcuffed in front of a daughter at Brighton Park for allegedly violating social distancing. Look at this. This is a nightmare. Let's take a look. This is going on all over the world, folks. This power grab by the New World Order. And if you people working in law enforcement don't understand that you're serving a dark master, you too are going to burn in hell. I'm just giving you adequate warning while we're here right now in this conscious temporal plane. This is your warning, okay? When you make it to the next dimension, you're fried in hell for doing this against mankind. You may be enjoying the money right now, being a crisis actor, but you're going to burn in hell when it comes down to it.
Ball to his daughter.
It was a former city council member who could not believe what he was recording.
In a park of about, 30, 40 acres. But apparently that is not allowed by Brighton.
Well, if you don't give us your information, we're going to put you in handcuffs in front of your 6-year-old daughter.
Matt Mooney is the 33-year-old dad who assured his daughter they were doing nothing wrong when police approached and told them they were violating the state's social distancing guideline.
She's like, Daddy, I don't want you to get arrested. And at this point, I'm thinking, there's no way they're going to arrest me. There's no way. This is insane. And, so I'm telling her, I'm like, don't worry, Daddy's not going to get arrested. I've done nothing wrong. Don't worry about it. And then they arrest me.
The sign at Donaldson Park says closed, but in smaller print says in groups of no more than 4 persons, parks remain open for walking, hiking, biking, running, and similar activities. Matt was just there with his wife and 6-year-old. He says it was the officers who were violating social distancing guidelines.
During this whole contact, none of the officers had masks on, none of them had gloves on.
Wow.
And they're in my face, handcuffing me, they're touching me.
I certainly don't think it's appropriate for a father to be handcuffed in front of his...
Yeah, it's crazy.
Kirby Wallen took the cell phone footage and shared it with the problem solvers.
He's being taken away by the Brighton police.
Unreal.
For playing softball with his daughter. in an empty park.
I think that there certainly needs to be an investigation of the incident and an explanation to the community.
Matt Mooney was released 10 minutes after being placed into the back of the patrol car, but says he still deserves an apology.
If we're going to go ahead and start arresting people for no reason in front of their 6-year-old daughter, you're just going to cause more problems later on.
Brighton Police isn't commenting other than to say this case is under investigation, but Matt Mooney says this shouldn't be a complicated investigation. He wants a very quick and public apology. Rob Lowe, Fox 31.
Okay. Wow, folks, thank you. Unbelievable. Okay, I'm just going to show you guys. I don't mind taking a little extra time for all of you if you don't mind. You idiot. We're going to take a look at Craigslist. I don't care what city you're living in. You guys have a Craigslist in your area. I'm just going to say hypothetically, let's see, Craigslist, some part of the country. Now, I'm not recommending you live in a van or an RV, but I'm going to go ahead and kind of head you in this right direction. I'm going to take a location of Cincinnati, for instance, Craigslist. I know. Well, you can buy time. You can definitely get if any of you are reaching the point where you are facing eviction due to the fact you can't make your rent because you don't have a job and Trump isn't giving you direct money because he's not going to give many people money at all. Don't pay your rent. Hold back on your rent for as much as you have left. Go down to your county. Try to get them on a day that's open when you can go down there. And like here's in Cincinnati. Let's take a look. Let's see what we have. You got to get through the rentals first, but these are all rentals right in here. Well, it turns out Cincinnati's not exactly the best place to get an RV, but you got yourself a 1993 Conquest E350 motorhome for $3,800. Yeah, 27 feet, only 27,000 original miles, runs good with a backup camera. Hello. Tell me this isn't, you can't fit 10 people in here, okay? Come on. This is a beauty. Once you get the leak fixed in the roof, and maybe that's just for protection. It may not even have a leak. Yeah. It runs good, folks. This is the kind of deal you can find at even less than that. $2,000, seriously. Got a shower. Nice. Decent. Master bed for mom and dad. That dinette makes into room for 2 kids. So you got 4 slept. That other bed right there, that you can sleep 2 there, up to 6. And see that area up above? You can sleep 2 people up in there, believe it or not, next to each other. So we got 8 people, and the kids maybe front seat in the car. You know, maybe you get the kids could sleep in the front area of the front seat. I'm telling you, you can fit 10 people in that for a sleeper. And then you got the awning on the outside. Once you get that thing opened up, you're good to go. So. Hey, if you're living in Cincinnati, here's the deal of a century. A full-on RV that'll get about 10 miles per gallon in Cincinnati, folks. Hey, seriously, good luck, man. I feel for you. You've got a family. Everybody who is in the situation you are in knows it full well. It's a nice, very, very screwed up situation. But don't make your last rent payments, please. Don't make your last rent payments. No, 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 no. Hold off on rent right now. Go down to the county when they are open. Get a stay of eviction. Buys you 6 months in almost every county in America. I'm not recommending it unless you have to. Same with you people who are facing medical bankruptcy. Don't pay off your medical bills at all right now. Hell no. And certainly don't take a note on your house. Don't pay your medical bills. They're ripping you off. It's 90 days in New York. Okay, well, it's not 6 months. It's 90 days. 3 months. Thank you, Paul. But hey, you need that time to take that money and pull your resources together, sell some stuff, do a garage sale. I'm serious. Whatever. I know garage sales are not exactly good right now because everyone's social distancing, but Donald Trump he's going to have to get his head out of his ass and get us back to work. I can't imagine a more idiotic thing to shut the economy down. I never would have done this to our nation. What he's done is tantamount to insanity. But seriously, on your personal note, basically put all your food supplies in a closet you can lock right now. I'm serious. All your dry goods, lock it up, make sure it's safe. Build a plan to get a vehicle in your area and move into the RV. I'm not trying to downgrade your life from an apartment or a leased house. I'm trying to make you more capable of surviving. Now that RV can park anywhere. Now Sarah and I went on a trip today where we went 40 miles away from here, and I went into a little park area with Sarah. I drove into it. And it is the cutest little park, and it's not even regulated. And it's like, wow, you can pitch a tent in there. Nobody would even know. You could literally hide in this little park. No one would even know you're there. So there's a lot of places you can do that. And a rig this big, I know this sounds really wild, but they make car covers. Or van covers. Yeah. Camping World might have a van cover that would be very like stealthy, like let's see, a RV cover. Yeah, so there you have it. So you got a rig that big, you're going to need something about this big. You see that right there? Super easy. See that? All you need is to get a cover over that vehicle if you're in the woods, and then get camouflage paint and spray paint it and do it all in camouflage. Your car cover is going to RV cover is going to cost you $228. You'll blend right into the woods. Nobody will ever see you. That's true with anybody with a pup tent too. All right. No, I'm not going into hiding. I'm just saying there's all kinds of places you can hide in the forests in the world that we live in. America is huge. It is an immense piece of land, and these elitists think that they can tell us that there's too many people on the planet. We got to get rid of you. There are so many places. When you look at the map, any one of you could get lost in the woods anywhere, wherever you're living. Anywhere. You pick it. What are you, in Detroit? Okay, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. Detroit, yeah. Detroit is like a jungle. You look at the streets now, you got empty houses everywhere, man. Yeah, you could live in an empty house, nobody would know you're there, man. Seriously. Yeah, there's all kinds of places in Detroit. All right, here you can hide right here. Yeah, nobody knows where this road goes. It's right off the highway. I won't tell you exactly, right near, what? Wait a second. I thought it was in Detroit. I'm in Ontario now? What the hell? Anyway. You know what I'm talking about, man. July of 2009. Oh, yeah, they probably built it up by now. Well, everyone loves Sarah Drag King. Come on. Well, what does it look like? A bleak, grim shithole. That's your future home right there. I'm just saying, man, don't think for a second that you're trapped. I don't want anyone to think that they're trapped in this world. That's why I show you Craigslist, to show you all kinds of options. You live in Boca Raton. Oh, there are many places in the Everglades. Right down the street from you, you can find a lovely place where pythons are living in the water. And the anaconda. And then you got the rich people. Very rich places. Okay, so you want to find a wooded area in Boca Raton, Florida? I think I got just the park. Okay, you don't know where to live. You're wondering, where am I going to live in Boca Raton, Florida? You know? Well, you got to the right place, buddy. Yeah, this is a country club. Yeah, let me go down this way. Right over here, there's a little Everglade. You go down Florida 808, head down here about 3 miles, make a right. Yeah, here we go. Okay, trying to get to Boca Raton, Florida. Okay, here you go. Yeah, right there. See? You put your little camp right there, see, right off the highway. It's right in the woods here. Yeah, I'm going a little too fast for you, I know, but okay. There you are. You're trying to survive. You got your bug out place. You go to Big Five Sporting Goods, and there. Now everybody's got a place to live. I'm telling you. You guys can fight this with this election. I have a vision. And I have a vision of me winning this 2020 election, so just deal with it. David, here's some great land in Florida. Okay, let's check it out. I'm paying attention. I was trying to buy people a green tent. Yeah, I have these collections of old green tents from the 1930s. Well, I got to tell you, yeah, $69.99, and this tent could easily go in this little place right here. Very comfortably. That's right in there. Okay? When you get a little can of spray paint and put it right in there like that, you wouldn't even know anyone's in there. See? Right in the back there. You can't even see it. Cover it with a little spray paint, a little extra. You get my drift. I mean, you could live anywhere, man. Boca Raton, whatever. Okay, thank you for coming in. Let's take a look at this property that we just came in from. I'm looking. I'm paying attention. I hear you. Hold on, please. One moment, please. Okay, rural lake land. Let's say, whoa, you found it. Check it out. You live out there in Florida? Look at this. Yeah, Highlands County, Florida. $199 cash sale. This is too good to be true. Wait a second. Real estate cannot be lost or stolen. This property is about 5 miles to Lake Isatoga, 10 minutes to Hickory. It's located in South Central Florida, at equal distance from Orlando. The cash discount price is only $69.99, with a $395 document fee. For about $7,500, you can own a piece of property out there in the middle of nowhere. I'll be darned. Well, you found something there, man. Look at that nice little lot there. Another house is built right next to it. Yep. So you can always find places out there to put a tiny house or something. Well, Rodney, most people wouldn't live in Florida. You happen to choose to live there. No, you can't live with me. Disney hasn't bought it yet because they're very happy with their property, but they're shut down now. Disney can't make any money. Disney's going to be bleeding out stock-wise pretty soon. Sarah bought some Disney stock, and you just can't hold out when you need commerce.
Apparently arresting a dad for throwing a ball to his daughter.
It was a former city council member who could not believe what he was recording.
In a park of about, I don't know, 30, 40 acres.
All right. You live in an island. You know, I know a guy who lives on a lake in Los Angeles. He has everybody around him are millionaires. He lives in Westlake. He's a millionaire. He gets out in his little lake and paddles around the lake. It's so funny, in Los Angeles. Sarah's not pale, no. She just doesn't get enough sun. Today we got a lot of sun. Yeah, I don't like your attitude. Oh, I know. Sarah hasn't invested in vaccine companies, but I don't recommend it either. It's unethical. Oh, hello, Amber. This is what's in the sky right now. It's a convoy. Okay, we're going to sign off, everybody. Thank you for coming in and hanging out with us. We got bombshell testimony from Dr. Scott, and we've got more video. Scott Jensen on coronavirus. More truth that is being hidden. Our government's using any death at all as a COVID-19 death, which is disturbing in and of itself. Dr. Birx is in on this. Dr. Fauci is in on this. It's a veritable conspiracy, I hate to say it, against the average people in this country and in this world. And this is the goal that they've had in a long time, to start the depopulation process. And in order to depopulate, they have to inject cancer cells in us and RFID chips. And then they have to go through a whole process by which they exterminate people. This is what Hitler dealt with in 1936 to 42. Yeah, he started killing people and disposing of their bodies. That's what the elitists are trying to do now. Folks, this is the Nazis, the same people we've been fighting since the 1930s. Seriously. They rebranded themselves as the New World Order. The Third Reich and the Fourth Reich wasn't going well, so they needed a new name, so they came up with the New World Order. So we had Henry Kissinger. Mr. President, it is really a New World Order. He's like a complete, like a deacon in this operation. And what they're trying to do, these former Nazis, like the Bush family, they're trying to take over our country because we're the last bastion of freedom. And we have to stand up for our rights, because right now it looks like we're getting hosed. Seriously. So if this isn't, in your mind, the Nazis coming back and trying to do the same thing they did last time, I don't know what you'd call it. Yeah, I really don't know what you'd call it. I mean, you could claim this is kind of a joke, but it's not a joke. They really are patrolling the toilet paper section in your local, market. So the future is going to be, it'll look like a joke if you let it. If you realize that these people are scumbags that are virtually with no purpose, they want to take over our rights, you'll realize that this is what's going on. So, what have they done? The New World Order has pushed for chemtrails and 5G and vaccinations and RFID without even testing any of them for safety. No testing for safety has gone on. And they've gotten away with it. And all of these things could be weaponized. Of course, Bill Gates would weaponize a chip that he forces us to be vaccinated with. So, if you're as concerned as we are about the safety of these things, then keep watching our show and we'll keep talking about it. There won't be a cooking show tomorrow. I'm just going to go right into the show at 5 o'clock. These 14-hour shows are absolutely horrific for me. I don't think I have really any spare time at all for my personal life. And I'm doing it because I know that you guys need something to watch, and we need to spread the word about the dangers of this BS plan to shut our economy down. But on a personal note, I can't be doing a cooking show tomorrow. It's just too much energy. So we will suspend the cooking show as of right now and focus on just living and surviving. And many of you are just trying to get through life, and I recognize that. If you want to look at cooking recipes, I got lots of cooking recipes, 100 recipes out there for you to look at. Go to youtube.com/David John Sponheim. And if you look at the very beginning of my site, you'll see the blackface videos. They're very funny. All right? I hope you guys get through the night, get some sleep. Be sure to get some sun. Very important to get at least 15 minutes of sun to activate the vitamin D in your body. We are dealing with a bioweapon. Trump won't admit it. It is changing and mutating at such a rapid pace that there's no way, the only way we're going to stop it is strong immunity. No way a vaccine would ever work anyway. The mutation of the RNA sequence is endless possibilities, which means our body is always going to have to be dealing with this strain of bioweapon that the Chinese somehow released. We're not sure why they did it. We'll get to that later. But in the meantime, our nation is under attack. And it's also happening from within by our own government officials. And because we never put honest people in Congress and in the White House, we've got these corrupt pigs like Trump and Biden. We now have a situation on our hands where The chickens had finally come home to roost. We let them lie to us about the false flags, all the different shootings without seeing any evidence. And we thought that would pass. They realized they could make a fake pandemic without any evidence and try to get that to fly. And that's what they're doing right now. It's a very weird, sick plan that they put in play, and it won't work. I have strong beliefs that I will be president in 2020 and we will stop these people. So let's get started. These are evidences of pieces of fakery they have. There's more than enough evidence of this crap. The same face appears on all these ads from different people claiming COVID deaths. They've got one case where, an infant in Connecticut was accidentally suffocated by a caretaker, but Governor Ned Lamont decided this is a good way to get federal money, so he claimed there was an infant that died of COVID-19. And according to Miss Birx, you can claim anybody who dies of anything, even suffocation, is a COVID-19 victim. So lots of deception going on about the severity of this disease. It's not growing very fast. And according to even Dr. Fauci in the New England Journal of Medicine a week and a half ago, it's no worse than a severe seasonal influenza. So they're lying to everybody about everything, and it's unbelievable how atrocious this fake this whole thing is. But you can see people are frightened. Everywhere I go, people are frightened. I feel for the people around me because they're looking, David, how did this happen? We let our country get run by sick, money-making profiteers like this guy who, I got to tell you, looking at this picture, it doesn't look good. This is a spoon-fed little mommy's boy that got everything his dad ever gave him, and then he decided he wanted to read Hitler's speeches. Believe it or not, according to Ivana Trump, he read Hitler's speeches when he went to bed, and now he's the new Hitler. And unless he turns around and does something different right now and chooses me as his VP and just stops this shutdown of our economy and gets it rolling again, Donald Trump will go down as the biggest piece of Trump crap that we've ever seen on earth. It's unbelievable how horrible he is as a president. And you Republicans ought to be ashamed of yourself. We told you how greedy he was, and you didn't listen to us. So you guys better do some rethinking and get back to me tomorrow. All right? Thanks for coming in. I'm going to sign off now. Take care. Good night. America is ready for a change. A third party is the change we need. Accountability in government, term limits for Congress, media verification, and a fresh approach to fixing our environment. We need a new direction for our nation. Join us in the middle of the political spectrum for our nightly commentary and discussion at America's Third Party.